And here we are, buddy. Welcome to our photo review for March 2nd of 2024. And we will wait to see. We got 9 people in. I don't see anybody in the chat yet. So we're going to wait as usual till we have about 25 people. In the meantime, I'm going to set up my laptop because I have to have 2 computers running when I do this event. And Roy will not be joining us tonight. So right now it's just David and Gustavo and myself and my dog Patches, who will not let me lift her up to show her to you. But she is active as always because it's when she hears it's showtime, she thinks it's showtime for her. Bob is in from Bob Our Photos. And hello, Luke. How you doing? Yeah, Bob's funny. He says, "Where am I in the lineup tonight?" And I said, because Bob doesn't like to stay up past 10 after 9, I don't think. So he wants to always be first. But I says, you got one person in front of you. So Joey's in front of him because he's a carryover from the last show. So if Joey doesn't show up, Bob, then you will be the first one. And you can, comment on your images and answer any questions. And then you can have a 6-pack of beer or whatever and go to bed. Bob doesn't drink. I'm just teasing him.
Anita is in the background, and so she's not on. I don't think so.
She doesn't want to call me any more names today. I think she's tired of that.
Well, you never know, but
I found that rather humorous. I mean, it didn't bother me. Like I said, I've been called much worse. Well, we got 8 people in. Wow, it's a slow start to the show. This isn't good. Hello, Ava. Ava, good to see you. I'll tell you, Ava, you gotta get more. You gotta try to coerce some fellow female photographers to submit some images, even if they only visit once a month and share some images, because your images are always really, really exceptionally well done, and I like seeing images from the perspective of a female photographer. And unfortunately, we have you and Anita, and that's all we have. So it'd be nice to, and occasionally, John Ishii wife will send in some images, but typically it's just the 2 of you. So it would be nice to get more, us guys. I hope to think we're not overly intimidating and scare off the female photographer base. But I looked at the algorithms the other day and I just shake my head because it's good and it's bad, and I'm not one. I won't mention names. I'm not one that sits there sweating over the algorithms like 5 hours a day trying to outsmart the algorithms or anything, because there is no outsmarting it, really. We'll bring Randall in here. And, hello, Randall. How you doing?
I finished.
You finished.
You survived, Randall.
You survived. So Randall's been doing work on his house, and you'll see that in some of his pictures that he sent in. Turn your volume down maybe just a little skosh, a little bit.
So, Randall, you scared me because when you were talking about roofing, I said, I don't believe Randall is going to climb in the roof and do the roofing himself.
So we have
Albert.
We have Albert in the house, and Maribel's here. Hello, Maribel. Good to see you. Hopefully Chuck's with you, or we'll be chiming in. I see that Chuck was on. I didn't get to watch it till today. Sometimes I'm days late watching some other shows streams, and David, you were on, was Gray's on Thursday, I think it was, and Chuck was in there saying hi to everybody on Thursday at Grays of Westminster's Becky and Con were on again together behind the desk, which was nice to see.
And the nice thing about when I was watching it, the time was local.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Woody's in here. Hello, Woody and Patrick. Good to see you. And yeah, so it's we got 21 people in. We'll wait another minute or two. We had a little bit of a discussion. I don't know if it was last weekend. We've talked about fisheye lenses a few times, and Roy sent me 3 images from 3 different lens perspectives. That before we actually review photos, I'll bring them up and share them just to show you. Hello, Chuck is in the house. Hello, Chuck. And so he sent me some images basically to show the 50 millimeter lens perspective and 2 different fisheye types and what it would look like, from the same, standing in the same place, taking the same image for those that want to see what effects you get with different types of fisheyes. So I'll share that in a little bit. Everybody say hello to Chuck. It's good to see him on the show. And Ava's saying this is sad. This is not good. She doesn't know anyone else, male or female, that shoots. Can't even find a local photography group. Man, that's awful. That's awful. I mean, it's funny. I mean, there's some fairly, there's quite a few. There's quite a few photography groups here in Myrtle Beach, actually, and I think there's at least two or 3 local organizations, and then there's Carolina Nature Photographers Association that I'm a member of that covers the whole Carolinas and kind of goes into Florida, and whoever wants to join can join. It has its name because it started out to cover the Carolinas region, but there's a lot of people there that are not resident of the Carolinas, and so that's a larger organization. But that's horrible that you can't find anybody. I wouldn't recommend putting in a want ad though, because you never know what may happen. I'm not even that brave to do that. I'm not going to say looking for a photographer to shoot with, and oh yeah, next thing you know, all your gear is stolen. Chuck, nice to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. And saw you on Grays. I didn't get to watch that till today, as I was just saying. I was, as I say, a day late and a dollar short, as we say here. Oh, you're in southern Louisiana. Okay, my old neighbor, whom we go out to dinner with once a week. He still lives close. He's originally from Louisiana. He went to LSU when he went to school. And you're being very gracious, Albert, to hit the like button. Yeah, I guess I'll do a little begging. Hey, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. I really hope that, hey, David Moots is here. Hey, David, if you want to come on, let me know. I'll send you a link, buddy. We haven't seen you in a long time. I hope you're doing really well. I know you were trying to get a job to take over the narration for This Old House because you were doing so much housework. But yeah, it's great to see you in the chat. Like I said, if you want to come on, let me know. I'll email you a link because I do have your email. You have an email in good standing with the show. Let's put it that way. So you're more than welcome to come on. And well, since we're at 26, I got a special message from somebody to start off the show here. So I'll put that on first, and then I'll find fisheye pictures I was talking to you about. So let's see who we got as a guest here.
Well, here we are on March 2nd. For a photo review, I hear it's going to be a really big shoe. What do you mean I said it wrong? I said show. Why are you saying I said shoe? Insufferable management. Bart, I need you to take out the garbage.
Man, you just never know who's going to just show up. You know, I have no control over the show. It's horrible. David's babysitting the grandbabies. Okay, yeah, so I'm surprised you could chat, especially if you have one in each arm. And you're not typing with your nose, are you? You're not like doing that gets difficult. But let's see. Cooley, I'm just going to throw yours up here quick before we. Looking for something that easy to go vertical or horizontal. Well, if you have the collar, you could just rotate the whole camera, loosen the collar and rotate the camera 90 degrees. I mean, rather than you can, obviously you could have an L bracket on your camera, or you could just, depending on the type of head you have, you could tilt it to get there. But lots of times it's just as easy just to loosen the collar up and rotate it and lock it and take a picture. I mean, that works too.
For sure, the L bracket for shorter lens with a collar is the best solution.
Yeah. But people forget they have that collar and that it does loosen up. They many a times they forget that that's an option. Let me show you. Let me get into. I got to share my screen here, and I'm going to. You're going to have to give me a minute to find his images because they're mixed in with the content here, and they weren't really sent in to be part of the photo review. They were just sent in as having a discussion. So once this image pops up on my screen, then I'll share the screen with everybody. All righty. And okay, so Roy, wait till it shows up. I don't know if you guys can see this yet.
Yeah, I can see it.
I have a major delay between, for whatever reason, when you see it versus it showing up on my laptop. There's quite a bit of a delay. So Roy just took 3 images with different focal lengths, with different types of lenses, because we had that little discussion about fisheyes the other day. And he was going to talk about it tonight, but unfortunately he won't be joining us tonight. So I just thought I'd share the images. So he took this images, obviously he says 50 millimeters. This one here is a 16 millimeter fisheye. And obviously you could see especially along the lower part, you could see the bowing, the fisheye effect, more so at the bottom. A little bit of arching along the horizon line. And then he said, here's what the 7.5 millimeter looks like, which is really, that's kind of cool. I'd like to try out, something like that. But as we say, it has very limited applications, to say the least. So I'm going to unshare the screen for a minute. We have somebody else in the house here to bring in.
Yeah, depending on which fisheye lens that you have with Photoshop, it'll flatten it right out.
Yeah, some of the fisheyes, when you buy them, they'll say they're rectangular. They'll give you the effect naturally. They're fisheyes, but they're rectangular. Others, if they don't say that, then you're going to get that whole, that 180 degree look.
Yeah, my 8 to 15. When I'm at 8, it's circular because it shoots 180,
Yeah.
180 degrees wide. But Photoshop will flatten it, so you don't get the circle anymore.
And we have Joey in the house. Hello, Joe.
Hey guys, how's it going?
How's the youngster doing tonight?
He's doing cold and good. It was a busy day. Had that live cast today at the camera store for the droning. So yeah, it was good.
Ah, okay. And guess whose pictures we get to look at first, because you have a carryover effect from the last month's show, because you were a naughty boy and you submitted your images at 3 p.m. on Saturday afternoon, and I never saw the email, so I never got your images in, so you get to be first tonight.
Oh no. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I was just about to send images because I like totally forgot. I was like, I better send photos now. But if I've already got photos in, I mean, that's
Oh yeah. You see, I have 3 enforcers now that are going to make sure that if you send it in after noontime Friday, you're shuffled off till the next show, buddy. You got a whole month now. You send me images tomorrow for next month, so I have them.
sounds good. I'll wait till like 2 a.m. or something like that. Like
That's
a really
fine.
inconvenient
Hey, that's
time.
fine.
Yep.
I'm even gonna put it up here now. I changed the date, guys. See, I'm already ahead of the game. That's the next one, April 6th.
Nice. I
So,
like the 2048 pixel limitations. Okay, no more unprocessed panoramas. I won't do it. I promise.
well, I mean, I have a little leeway on that one, so I won't beat you up on that.
Sounds good.
But the date I'm going to beat people up on, because I end up spending like almost every day for like 2 weeks. A little image here, a couple images there, a couple images there. It's just it kind of gets to you after a while. But anyway, now that we have enough people in the house here, we will start with the images. I will bring up the sharing of the images, and give me a second here there we go. I'm going to get back to where I want to be here on the first Joey image. Okay, so this is. I wonder if you even remember what you sent in, because you may not.
I don't. I actually just sent you the April photos now. I was like, I'm getting ahead of this. I'm sending it now. I can't be stopped.
You don't want me shaming you every month now,
Oh,
So-
I'm counting on it. I mean, any publicity is good publicity, Jeff.
Okay, well, I don't call people names though.
That's okay. I do. Just kidding.
So we're gonna put up the your first image.
Yeah.
Oh, this photo. Okay, yeah. So
If you didn't know, this is a dog, just to help you out.
yeah, this is me when I get excited. I'm just kidding. Yeah. So I was in Toronto for this one. I actually had pulled a disc in my back right before this photo walk. So I did this whole like street photography vlogging deal, but I was actually in a considerable amount of pain. But I only had one day in Toronto. So I was like, all right, I'm doing it no matter what. So I took this one with the ZV-1 with an ND filter, full auto. Yeah, it's a nice dog.
Well, I personally like it because in my lifetime I've had 3 golden retrievers, so
They're the best.
I love golden retrievers.
Yeah, they got the best personalities, and they're the ones that look the cutest when they're begging for food, for sure.
Sorry, Patches, I love you the most. Just for the record, okay? You don't want to see blood on the screen here. So we'll go to your next shot.
Awesome.
And it's going to take a second for it irritates me that these drives, I don't know why, they constantly go to sleep on me.
Well, Jeff, it's just because the ZV-1 files are so big. I mean, it's just such a powerful camera. I'm kidding now.
I know.
Although, all jokes aside, I am loving it. It's a great sort of daily driver just for when I'm walking around. I just wear it on my belt.
You're shooting with the most high-tech stuff, so
Do what I can. Actually, it was fun today.
What the heck is this though?
Oh, I can't beat that, David. That's going to take the cake.
Oh yeah, it's mirrorless.
I didn't know Pentax came out with a new camera.
No, yeah, this is Lego.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, this one. Downtown Yorkville, Toronto again. Full auto with the ZV1 again. I was really impressed with how good the low light was on it, considering I was shooting freehand. I didn't jack up the ISO too high. Like I think I was right around ISO 4000, which I mean for a little camera like that's pretty high, but it I thought it was pretty good. And I mean I ran it through what's the name of that program? Topaz, just to denoise it a little bit because it was getting a little too funky around the edges. But I liked it because you kind of got the movement of the car going towards you and the person walking down into the subway away from you. So
Yeah, I like night photography shots. I mean, of course, David. You know, he lives at the nighttime. I think David's part owl. He's always out there in the dark, but you know, he gets great shots and you know, takes city shots as well. I really liked the Canon shot that you did, David, that time. That was really cool. I mean, not that your images aren't all cool, but that one was really. I really thought that was different. And then we'll move on to your third shot here.
yeah, this one it was actually super hazy out when I took this one, so I couldn't really get a really clear shot of the tower. So I just punched into 70 and just tried to get some folks walking across with the traffic stopped and that car just on the edge. I took a couple, but it was too much in the frame. I wanted to get one without any traffic going across with the people. But same thing. Just 70 mil 2.8 on the ZV1 full auto, and I shot them in the raw setting, and then just did a little bit of processing and capture one.
I'm glad you clarified that it was in the raw setting and in that you didn't shoot it in the raw. I got a little nervous there when you started talking about it. And I'm glad you obeyed the hand that says "do not walk across," because that car probably would have taken you out.
Yeah, I definitely had some times where I've been doing street photography and I haven't been in an ideal position. So now when I go out, it's just quickly stop in the middle of the street, take a bunch of photos, super low to the ground. You see a car, you run, and none of them are in focus. So that's the stage I'm at now.
And then you had. I think you had one more here. Yes.
Yeah, this one. Again, I don't know. I liked the lighting in this gelato shop. I just thought it was really fun, and it was a cold day, so you get the guy, wearing the full winter jacket and walking past, but the gelato shop still remains open. And I thought it was kind of cool that it was like an outdoor style gelato shop in Canada in the winter. I was like, you'd have to be really committed.
What time was this, do you think?
This was about 10 p.m.
At 10 p.m., you got a gelato shop open. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, she really appreciates her Italian heritage. I mean, she was like, I am staying open. I will not sell any, but I'm committed to this, to be in this photo. So, yeah.
Well, we thank you for getting these to us
on time.
On time for this month's show.
My pleasure, Jeff. My pleasure. And I'm looking forward to next month when I can't remember what I submitted again. It'll be perfect.
We'll have to like keep saying we'll have to do like a quiz. Do you remember what you sent in?
Never.
So before I move on, because I know that you your time is limited most of the time when you come on, do you have any what have you been up to in the last week? I know you have a new video out on the 20, I think it's the 24 to 70 2.8. Is it a Leica lens that you put on the Panasonic, or was it on your Why am I saying Panasonic?
S5 II. Yeah, it was a Leica approved Panasonic lens. So
Okay.
no, it was good. Yeah, it was good. I really liked that one. This is kind of my last week coming up with the gear alone, so I'm just gonna send it out to the mountains one morning to do some sunrise photography, just kind of talking about like the benefits of using zoom lenses as opposed to primes when you're shooting by yourself. So we'll be doing that one. That'll be it for that gear loan, like I said. And then, today I was teaching the online drone webinar at the camera store with Dave not with Don from Don Drones On. So that was a lot of fun. So if you guys are interested in the drone space, go over to the camera store's channel. It's on the live cast part of their channel. And there's about an hour of, me talking about the creative side of using a drone and sharing some stories about what not to do, and then Don kind of cleaning it up and talking about how to shoot legally. And I mean, obviously it's within Canada, but a lot of the rules that we use here in Canada definitely apply overseas, and some of those tips and tricks I hope folks will find useful. And that's about it, Jeff. Aside from that, just busy at work and turning 30 this week.
Ooh. I'm so sorry for you. The end is near.
I know. It's like up until you're 30, it's like, hey, everyone's so impressed you've done this with your life. That's like the minute you hit 30, it's like, no, that's the expectation. Why haven't you done more? So I'm going to enjoy one more week of impressing people. And then from there, it'll just be like hardline mediocrity until I'm 40.
It's all downhill after 30.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
it. If you think of it, feel free to put in the link or the how to get to that store so that we can go to it and watch the video.
Yeah, I'll do that right now.
Just type it right in the chat, and everybody can then choose to go pay them a visit.
Awesome.
And we will move on with the next set of photos, because I know, Bob, it's 9:27. I made you wait 27 minutes to show your images. So these are from my friend Bob from Bob Our Photos. So once the master in my hard drive, these will show up. We will get the first image. And this is a self-portrait of Bob at ISO 100 f8 1/30th of a second. And obviously he's not shooting, or he's not pretending to shoot with a Z8 there in that shot. So that's his old Yashica TLR.
Wow.
So that's a 6x6 medium format film camera, for those who don't know that. And so, Bob, I'm glad it doesn't look like you hit the shutter button. That's a good thing, because you don't want to crack the lens, right? So save the camera. Next shot. This is on the pier in Myrtle Beach State Park. This pier, you can see you got everybody with their easy goes and their fish nets to try to get bait fish, and you could go on that pier sometimes and there could be 50 or 60 people fishing. And when my kids were young and we used to go visit that pier all the time, we'd sit there, walk around for a half hour, 45 minutes. I'd never see anybody catch a fish. I've never actually seen anyone catch a fish. So it's amazing. So if these people are trying to feed themselves, they're not doing a good job of it, because I never see anybody catching a fish. You could just see those small bait fish sitting there on the decking.
So Bob, D has a film look. Is that your processing, or is it from film?
No, I'm pretty sure that these are images that he scanned. That these are probably from his. Look like they're medium. That Yashica camera took these. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Kodak Gold 200. He said.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yep. So then we move on to. this is, we have a, this is a World War II memorial that's in what we call the Market Common. And it used to be an Air Force base there. So there are some Air Force planes on display. And they recently built this World War II memorial. And the Air Force base isn't there anymore. It closed, I forget how many years ago, but it's been quite a few. And they basically turned it into a combination of homes, apartments, open space, parks, walkways, restaurants, movie theaters, storefronts. The stores have usually the second story of the stores are apartments, or I don't know if they're considered apartments or townhouses or what have you, above the stores that get rented out. So it has a all these stores basically are surrounded by a built-in community that's all in what used to be this Air Force base. So they have it's a very popular area that people go to grab a meal, go see a movie, do a little shopping. They'll have events. I think one time I shared some images of a one of those boat races where they're all paddling, where you got the crew of like 12 or more people paddling. And I took that on one of the ponds, man-made ponds that's in the Market Common district. So they have a lot of events. They have, they call it Arts in the Park, which is great, where people sell their artistic renderings, whether it be there's photographers there selling photos, there's painters and sculptors and all sorts of stuff. So there's always something going on there. So it's a very, very pleasant place to go visit. If you ever come down to Myrtle Beach, you really enjoy that area. And Bob's last image that he submitted is this is off the side of a restaurant called Dirty Don's, which is on the boardwalk. This is at ISO 100 f8, 125th of a second.
I love this photo. I want to eat it there if that's a restaurant. It looks so good.
We're still into pirates down here. There's a lot of pirate themed things down here.
I see no problem in that. It's timeless. There'll be another Pirates of the Caribbean. I'm sure Johnny Depp will need a walker. It's going to happen.
But I'm trying to look at the chat here a little bit too, and I want to just do before we get too far ahead. Let me come on, computer. Don't fight me, baby.
For sure, that when you are this film, they all have. I mean, you can see, correct, that they are different from the digital rendition.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, you can recognize them.
I just want to do a shout out to the drunk wedding photographer. He did have a article that he contributed and worked with, and he's in that Nikon Owners magazine that Grace puts. I think Grace puts it out. I think they're the ones that kind of created that magazine, if I remember correctly. So he has an article in there. So that's great for him.
So, David, did you solicit for them to publish them, or they ask you to put something together for them after you presented with Kong?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that is the question. He was, for those that don't know, David was on he was on one of the shows that Khan did recently, and now he's in the Nikon magazine that they put out, which is I went to look to see what the subscription was for that in print, and it's a wonderful. It's a quarterly, I believe it's a quarterly magazine. It's like $90 a year. It would probably be more for me because they'd be shipping it to the United States, I'm assuming. But it's a nice thick book with high quality paper to represent the photographs in it in fine detail. It's not your typical magazine that you pick up at the store. So, and to get in it is cool. So congratulations once again. That was great.
Congrats, David.
Mm-hmm. Congratulations.
So that's it for Bob. And now actually, Mr. Stewart, your images are coming up next. You've got 4 images that you sent in, so we will let you talk about these.
Ooh.
Oh man.
And if anybody was asleep at their computer, you are now officially awakened.
Yeah.
That pop of color will wake you up.
Yeah, this was on Anita's and my trip to Yellowknife. And this was shot with my D810A, excuse me. And it's processed with Nikon NX Studio. So it's, and I just used Photoshop to put the watermark on. But this was, I think it was with my 28 millimeter lens. I've got a Sigma. It was quite the learning experience. I was using my Z8 a lot, and I found out whenever I turn my Z8 back on, because it's been off because I changed the battery or 17 other excuses, I have to refocus because it doesn't remember the focus as accurate as I would like. But I didn't find that out until the next day. So some of mine are great and others are so-so. But there was almost enough light or depending on which lens I had on my Z8, if I was using an f1.4, it would, and depending on where I set the focus up, it would actually autofocus. So I'm really impressed with that.
So, David, what is in the foreground here?
The foreground is, we were actually driving on ice. This is an ice road that we are on. That white line that you see is the snowbank on the other side of the road.
Oh,
They plow a road about 100 meters wide.
beautiful.
And then behind that's the city of Yellowknife.
Wow.
Now, David, I think you mentioned to me probably in an email or maybe talking on the phone that the ice wasn't thick enough for heavy vehicles, for heavy.
No, it wasn't because it's been too warm here.
Wow.
So, but that happens, you know. You know, it's this global warming is burgering us up a little bit.
Do they close the road or do they measure it regularly, David?
Oh yeah, we were on the road the day it opened, but we were on the ice in a different place, not on the road, 2 or 3 days before that. You know, and they've got weight limits on the road and they have speed limits on the road, and it's if you go a little bit too fast on the road with a big heavy truck because you create a wave, you're not the one. No, because your front of your truck is always driving uphill, and the back of your truck is driving downhill because it's something like this.
Okay.
But if you, what will happen is the ice in front of you will become unsupported by the water if you're going too fast.
Wow.
And then the ice will shatter. And it's not always you that goes through. It could be the guy behind you that goes through.
Oof. That's some parallels to me.
So that's a pleasant thought. We'll
So,
pull
so
up
yeah,
your second image.
yeah.
Wow.
And this is another one. It's shot in about the same location. The only thing is I rotated the camera a little bit to the right. But it was a great night. We were there for 8. We got an extra night because our plane that we're supposed to leave and it couldn't take off or couldn't land because of the snow on the runway. And but we got a second night of shooting in 8, but it was nothing like this night.
So, David, that bluish color closer to the horizon, is that the light of the city reflected? Because at what time of the night did you photo this?
Midnight.
Yeah, this was, I think it was there before midnight a bit.
Okay.
But this camera is infrared sensitive that I used for this.
Okay.
And this was a very clear night. So but sometimes you can get some blue and you get some purple in the aurora.
Okay. I know the purple.
Yeah. But with this camera the colors are shifted a little bit.
Okay.
And sometimes I adjust it to shift the colors back to what we see, and sometimes I don't.
Yeah. This is image number 3. This one I like this one because
It's like a
I like it. It's just that one strip of green going through. It's just eerie looking, and everything else is so dark all around it, and you can see the detail of the tracks in the road, from people driving and everything, and the tree line and whatnot. I really,
Yeah.
This is a cool shot. I like
Yeah.
this.
This was shot 90 degrees more to the right than the last one, and those are snowmobile tracks that you see there off to the side of the road.
Okay.
And the ice is being lit by Yellowknife. Either that or by the cars driving by. It's very indirect light.
Wow.
And then you got one more here.
Yeah, and for
Cool.
all of these people that say that the moon buggers up your shots and you can't shoot the aurora with the moon in it. But anyway.
Wow.
Tell them what you think, David, when they say that.
Cool shot.
There is so much BS when it comes to shooting the aurora, and this is almost a full moon.
Wow.
Yeah. I think we're 1 or 2 nights off.
So David, did you shoot also? Have you shoot some video as well to see it moving or not?
I don't. I could. It's because I managed to get my exposures down to 2-second exposures.
Of course.
And I could actually shoot video with that. Like I'd have to have a shot every 3 or 4 seconds.
Okay.
And then I'd have to probably use my Z8 for that, but I wouldn't have to worry about the sensor getting too warm.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I just worry about having the battery last.
Yeah, but maybe one time you do it for, I don't know, a minute or so that we can see. It will be wonderful to see because I know.
Because see to get it a minute of video, even at 10 frames a second, that is a lot of frames.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it takes a long time to shoot that because you're compressing it by a factor 10 to 20.
Exactly. But wonderful, David. I love this one for sure. So you with
Yeah.
the moon.
Yeah,
Great job, sir.
and this is with NX Studio, and notice how it took all the noise out because this is my 810A again.
Mm.
You know, I only had the one shot. One of the four of these was with my Z8. It was the second last one. You know, so this is an old camera. It's a 10-year-old technology, and it works fantastic at this.
Yeah, people. I see there's a sidebar discussion about whether people have purchased Z lenses to replace perfectly good f-mount lenses. And I can say, Mike, this is Mike Farwell commenting, and I can say there's many people who have. I have almost an equal amount of f-mount lenses to z-mount lenses. I might have one or two more z-mount lenses, but most of my initial mindset for me, and I'm only speaking for me, was that whatever genre, which happened to be, birds at this point in time, 8 months from now, maybe I'm driving and doing, seascapes or landscapes again. Who knows? But anyway, I decided, well, I'm gonna invest in the Z glass for what I'm shooting predominantly, and then what I don't shoot as often, I will use my F-mount glass with the FTZ. And another reason too is the sad thing is that realistically, unless you have certain lenses that are reasonably new in the F mount, like maybe a 70 to 200 f2.8, FLE DVR or 500 PF or something like that. A lot of the other lenses, I mean, you're lucky if you get 25% of what you paid for it. So there comes a point in time where you say, you may choose to say, I'm just going to hang on to those because it's not, I don't use them a lot, and it's not cost effective to just basically replace them with an equivalent focal length Z mount. Although there's no doubt that the Z mount lenses are all better than the F mount, but that once again, that's depends on how. Let's put it this way: the F mount lenses typically are going to be soft, wide open. You're going to stop them down a couple stops, and then they're going to be sharp edge to edge, where the Z mount lenses, most of them are sharp edge to edge, wide open. So, and some people don't like that. Some people do. They want everything tack sharp. That's what they want. Some people, they don't want that. So there's no right or wrong answer to that commentary, because everybody has a different opinion and everybody has a different style. So you just go with what works for you. No one should need to feel they have to apologize for the decisions they make with their gear choices or their lens choices.
Well,
that's my opinion.
I still
I'm
use
sorry.
2 F-mount bodies, and so I don't put a Z-mount glass on them, obviously. And most of my Aurora glass is F-mount. I do have a 15 millimeter that's Z-mount, and I have a 24 f1.8, and but everything else is F-mount. But I have been replacing some of my F-mount glass with newer F-mount glass from third party, I've got with Sigma, because Sigma is doing a good job, and it is the new Sigma, the Art series. I think they're just as good as the F-mount Nikkor glass, if not better. At least I don't get seagulls in the sides. Because I have.
Hey, birds are important to photography. Okay.
Oh yeah, big time.
If we can't convert you to taking birds, we're gonna get it on your shots one way or another.
Yeah, I don't like my stars
Well,
looking like seagulls.
Well, and I think one of the other benefits as well, like it just depends on your budget, right? I mean, you can definitely get, at least for when I was in the Nikon system, I was able to get a lot more F mount glass with the adapter than I could Z mount glass. But it's funny because like I had the Z6, bought the 35-1.8, loved it, but then was like, I have no money left for other lenses, so sold it and then got all my zoom lenses. Loved it, but it was like heavier than a gunship. Went to Panasonic. Now I've just got like L mount glass, and I will say not having that adapter and just using the native glass just from a simplicity perspective has been great, because I could definitely tell with my FTZ2 adapter towards the end, it was starting to get a little bit loose because I put so many heavy lenses on it over 2 years. It lasted really well, but that extra connection point was a little bit concerning, I found. So, I can definitely see the plus side and upside to both.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, there's two trains of thought, right? Like some people will say, well, one, and I'm not going to reveal my opinion. Well, I guess I could. Some people say the old lenses had more character. And others will say, well, what you're calling character are basically defects. Well, so there's different opinions on that, because like I said, if you're doing portrait photography, you may want to shoot wide open, and maybe you stop it down one stop, but it's still going to be soft around the edges, and that's what you want because your subject is not on the edges, and the subject is sharp, and then the edges are slightly soft, and you like that effect, and it has a dreamy effect, and it looks good, and you want that for your portraits. And it's harder to do with some of the modern glass that's out there now. So, I mean, I was blown away by recent images that I shared with you folks in one of my videos of shooting the old 135 millimeter 1985 AFD screw drive lens, using it in manual focus on the ZF, and has the defocus control, and using that lens for street photography, and got very lucky and was able to use it for basically an outdoor portrait shoot. And hey, there's a lens that's pretty darn old, and it performed admirably. So don't be scared of picking up some. Do your homework and look at what lenses were considered exceptional for their era, and it could even be lenses from the 50s or 60s. I mean, I've got pre-AI. I have a few pre-AI lenses, like that were used on the Nikon F when it came out. There's a lot of nice used glass that you can get, but you have to look hard for it, I'll tell you, because people like to overuse, just like people like to overuse the word
mint.
Well, yeah, they overuse the word mint and near mint and EX plus and all this other stuff, and you really got to zoom in on all. When they show you the front and back of the lens, zoom it in really big time and look at it careful. Look at it careful. But don't be afraid to buy old glass, man. You'd be very happy with the results that you get. Old doesn't mean bad. It's like you got a D850. Like I just sent my you guys know my D850, I stupidly damaged it and cracked that top LCD panel protective area. Well, I did send it out for repair, Gustavo. I sent it to that place in Georgia, and they're fixing it. They gave me an online quote: $75 labor, $25 for the part, and $35 to ship it back to me.
More reasonable.
So a lot more reasonable than if I were to send it to Nikon, because most of the people, when I put that question in and did research, paid $350 or more to have it replaced at Nikon, and I'll get it done for half the price. Going through a Nikon authorized service center, I might add. It's not just a hack place. It's someplace that services Nikon and Canon and a lot of different brands of cameras. So I was very happy. So they got it. They should have gotten it yesterday. So we'll see how long it takes to confirm what needs to be done. I don't expect it to vary from the quote. It's pretty straightforward what it needs. So we'll hopefully get it back, and then I could feel better that I fixed my screw up. So anyway, we'll move on to the next shot. The next one's coming up, David, are from Anita. She can, if she wants to join us, she can choose to do so. And I'll bring up her first image, and if she wants to talk about it, she can. Otherwise, I have all the exquisite note taking that she did when she sent me the photos.
Well, I'll move out of this hot seat.
No, you don't
No,
need to.
well, and put her in, but she doesn't want to, so she'll just hear her voice.
I like your backdrop, by the way, David.
Yeah, this is Morant's Curve.
There's Moran's curve.
No, the backdrop on mine.
Oh, the
Yeah.
backdrop.
Okay, and on hers, that's Yellowknife. It's
Wow.
it's outside of the window to our hotel.
Yeah, it's taken through the window.
Now what's the population there? Do you know
It's
roughly?
about
1,000.
Yeah.
10,000. Okay, I thought you were going to make me count the number of cars on the street and say that's it.
One of the rare times we saw the sunshine.
Yeah.
First thing in the morning. Actually, first thing in the morning there, it was after 9 o'clock.
Yeah. The sun keeps banker's hours in the winter time.
Yeah.
Okay.
And dark again by what, 3 p.m. or something like that?
It's starting to get dark between 3 and 4.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it looks like most of these residences we see here are more like apartments or
Yeah, there's a good combination of everything.
good combination of everything.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll go to your next image here. Give me a second. This is cool.
Man, it's
I like
beautiful.
Nice lighting.
That's a very relaxing image.
So Anita, is this a panorama or with multiple exposures or crop panorama style?
It's a crop.
Okay.
I had a lot more foreground in the picture I took, but it was sort of the snowbank on the side of the road, so it really didn't do anything for the photo. But the snow was just pristine.
So how far is
See, the only
Yellowknife from the tree line? How much north do you have to go before you lose trees?
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer.
Probably another hour by plane.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no real hard tree line. It just the trees keep getting smaller.
Exactly.
Yeah, and like this is on the shield right here,
Okay.
and so that in the summertime, all that snow will be replaced by rock. With very little of any soil at all. Because if there's soil, there's trees, or there's bushes. Yeah.
Beautiful, Anita.
See, it's really unfortunate that in this image that a rabbit decided not to just plant itself in the snow for you. That would have been nice.
Oh, just where that black dot is in the middle of the screen there, there goes the rabbit.
Yeah, that one
Yeah.
right there.
There's a rabbit.
Yeah.
That's a tree, right? With the limb out, or is that a snowman?
There's no snowman in this picture.
Okay. That's just
Yeah.
a tree with one limb out then. I had to use my magnifying glass to look at it. Very tiny.
Randall, it's Bigfoot.
That's Bigfoot. Yeah. Bigfoot didn't want to be seen, so he went underneath the snow cover.
Yeah, it's bedtime.
And then we've got, give me a second here. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh,
That was the other side of the road taken on the same day.
lovely.
Yeah, I like the well, the backlit trees, you know. I like the outline you get around all the tree branches is really cool.
And that's about as high up as the sun gets.
Wow.
Yeah, so you can shoot golden hour for half the day.
The whole day.
Not like the whole day, but at least half, you know.
Exactly.
Wow.
Great shot.
You know, that shot right there, it looks like the trees are straight up and down, most of them. And the building looks kind of leaning down a little bit.
Well, it's on a lake and it's sinking.
Or sliding.
Or sliding. Yeah.
Bigfoot's pushing the building into the cliff.
Yeah.
It's all connected.
Well, you know how it is. If the building was straight, then you say the trees are crooked. And they got the trees are straight, and then the building's crooked, you know, and then not all the trees are at the same angle and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
it's with this kind of spruce tree, the root system is just barely under the ground,
Okay.
you know, and so it doesn't take much to blow them over sometimes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Cactus are the same way. Yeah.
Yeah.
So here we go in another image.
Yeah. This is another part of the town.
So here's where you can see some more conventional homes.
Yeah, white or Yellowknife is spread out over quite an area. It's a very rocky area, so where the houses are is spread out just because of the lay of the land. It's amazing how long it is.
So how many square miles? I mean, is most of the population in a very tight area? I mean, I wouldn't imagine like this is an area where you've got like 10 supermarkets or anything. Maybe you got one or two.
Actually, it was surprising how many stores they had, because it's sort of like
Really?
the Mecca of the North. All of the smaller communities would come into this community for their shopping. They had just about every fast food outlet there that you have in the big cities. So you'd never starve to death.
Yeah. See but with here you cannot bury your utility lines, not like your water and sewer, so that your sewer line would be pressurized, and both your water and your sewer would have to be heat traced, because you just can't bury it. You know, so it and that has a tendency to make the village smaller. We were living in Flin Flon, and what they did there is they recirculated their water line so that it was heated in between, you know, so they'd have an outgoing line and an incoming line, just to keep the water moving all the time, to keep it from freezing. And a lot of this would be above ground.
So what would be the coldest temperatures that they would see here?
Well, your mercury would be frozen. Yeah. And so your thermometers would all have alcohol in them. You know, and your coldest would be getting into the 50s centigrade, if not more, and that's without the wind chill.
So what is the main industry there, David?
Mining.
It used to be mining.
Okay.
They still have mines around. They had 2 gold mines there.
Okay.
There are 3 diamond mines close by,
Okay.
and their airport, it does a rip-roaring business. Like there's planes coming and going all hours of the day and night.
Whew.
And like if you're going to be a bush pilot up there, you need your night rating. And that's the first place I've ever come across where a bush pilot would have a night rating. You know, and all the airports have lights. You know, but being a bush pilot, you don't always go to the airport. You know, you got skis on your plane, use them. You know?
Wow.
Yeah.
And this is, I think, the last image that Anita sent in here.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh,
And now I'm not going to try to pronounce this. What do you call these?
Tarmington.
Ptarmigan.
Ptarmigans.
Yeah.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Now, is that like related to I don't know, is it related to a dove, or is it related to what would it be, and what kind of bird family would it be in? I mean, what's it kind of classified as? Do you know?
Well, it's sort of about the same size as a spruce hen or
Spruce grouse.
spruce grouse. Yeah, spruce grouse.
Yeah.
And I think they're probably close, more of a relation to them than any of the other birds.
Yeah.
The funny thing about those birds is when it's really cold, they'll bury themselves in the snow and you just don't see them. Sometimes you'll see the snow moving because they're underneath and they're tunneling out, and it's sort of funny watching the snow move. And then all of a sudden a bird pops out. Yeah, it's a tough life for those birds. It's really cold. But
You start thinking of that movie Tremors.
I'm for sure. Anita, this is in the winter plumage, correct? They
Yes.
they go from white to some, other more cryptic color that mimic the rocks during the
yes.
summer. No, they are beautiful. I would love to photograph those.
Yep.
Well, we were out every day trying to, like the first day we're there, we actually saw some ptarmigan. And then every other time we went out, we could not find ptarmigan. There weren't anywhere. And then towards the very last, we ran into a bunch, and there had to be at least 3 to 4 dozen in the group.
Wow.
And that was very lucky to get these. They were right beside the road.
Yep. So somebody was feeding them. They had a bird feeder out, and ptarmigan found the bird feeder, and so that they were around there. But it's fun watching them because they'll walk on top of the snow. Provided they got enough support.
Yeah. No, they're cute looking.
Mhm.
They're cute looking. Well, thank both of you. Thanks to you both for your images that you sent in. We always appreciate it, and they're always images worth having a good conversation about. So thank you. Thanks as always to you both.
Yeah, and next month we'll have some images of the trip we just finished. But Joe will probably get his images before I do because he's sending his in tonight.
Yeah.
Already sent. Yeah, as soon as I got the live
It's
cast.
amazing what a little shaming and public humiliation can do, right?
Yeah, that's character, right? Although on that note, guys, I got to drop. It was nice seeing y'all, and great photos, awesome photos as always, and
hi, Joe.
nice seeing y'all.
Hey,
see you
bye,
next
Joe.
week. All right,
Take it easy, Joe. Have a good one, and keep up the good work on your channel.
Thanks. Appreciate you, Jeff. You too. Thanks, guys. See y'all.
Take care. So we're going to move on to the, I'll bring up the next image, and then I will read to you the commentary that was sent. This was sent by Terrence Egan, and Terrence is one of the coordinators for the Myrtle Beach branch of the Carolina Nature Photographers Association. So hopefully sometime in April. We haven't picked the exact date. He wanted to time it around Earth Day. And I mentioned it before that I'm going to have him and maybe another guest from a local Rotary Club. And he's going to share some images from CNPA members and talk about things that they're working on in support of the Rotary Club, and tell you a little bit more about what the CNPA is all about. Some of you may live in the area that might want to join. It's a great group of people. Unfortunately, I just renewed my membership, but the other day, but I haven't been able to be as extremely active in it in a while because I've just been so busy with content and doing other things. But it's a great organization. So hopefully, sometime next month, I'll have him on the show as a guest and give them a little block of time to talk about the organization.
Come on.
But anyway, this information on this photo, he says he thought it was appropriate for Black History Month to submit some photos of a village where enslaved people lived before the Civil War here in South Carolina. This image is from one of 3 slave villages on the property of what is now Hobcaw, Baroni, in Georgetown County. This particular village is called Friendfield Village and has been preserved by their foundation as a point of history in the region. You just can't go here and take pictures. He received a special invitation onto the grounds on the marsh to take photos of the wildlife and just happened upon this village. Did not have access to the inside of the buildings, so he just sent, a handful of images that he was able to get. So the village is preserved today. From one end of the village, in the photo, a number of structures used to house slaves, as well as a church and a medical facility. Hobcaw Barony is a private property and used for scientific studies by many universities, including Clemson and the University of South Carolina. And photographers can get access by appointment only, usually on an organized tour. So he took this image with a Canon 5D Mark IV, the Canon EF 24-105 lens at 24 millimeters, 1/250th of a second, f/13, ISO 640. No tripod, and he did a sepia treatment on all these images that you're going to see in Lightroom to kind of mimic what a period photo would be in the day, what it would look like. So this is image 1 of I believe 4. So we'll move on to the next. There's obviously the church. And he said, obviously, the church is in the background, and the building in the foreground is the doctor's office, or was the doctor's office. And this is same camera, same 24-105 lens at 67 millimeters, 1/160th of a second, f/5.6, ISO 100.
Mm.
And yeah, I think it's important to preserve the past. So I'm glad that some of these structures are still around. Let's see. This one is he just says this is one of the slave houses in the village. All these buildings are extremely well preserved and kept painted bright white.
Mm.
Same lens at 35 millimeters, 1/125th of a second, f8, ISO 100. And then his last image, he says this is another one of the slave houses in the village, which was extremely small with very small windows. He was just really surprised, that they keep them in, pretty darn good shape. And like you said, it's not something that the public gets to see on a routine basis. You have to get permission, and usually you have to have a group of people to be able to go in and see these. So I thank Terrence for sending these in. I'm not really able to look at the chat too much here, so I don't know if he's in the chat or not. Looks like Chuck left or is leaving. So goodbye, Chuck. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate it. Hope you continue to do well. Hope to see you on your channel soon. And Maribel, will say good night to you as well. So you guys have a good one, and hopefully we'll see you again next week and talk to you before next week's show. So take care, both of you.
So these images here, Jeff, for sure the sepia treatment is very appropriate to show these kind of old structures, correct?
Yeah.
They different these homes on this plantation, I presume, this town, look a little bit different than the ones that I use in Louisiana. We are more like they call the shotgun style type of housing but Eva probably can talk a little bit more. But I was going to ask you a question here. So I know these are white because I don't know about it in this area, but in the old times they used to paint it white because they make a preparation with lime, correct, and some sort of other something that agglutinate the lime, correct?
Yeah, they used to call it like whitewash treatment.
So that's the name. That's the because in Spanish called caliche, correct? Because it comes from calcium, correct?
Yeah.
So it's whitewash, and that was also made with lime.
I'm not sure, but I mean, I just know they used to call it whitewash, and that's probably what this. I mean, they're probably using paint now, but I mean, in the day,
exactly.
I'm sure it wasn't. There wasn't paint. That's for sure. It was something else. Yeah. But it's interesting. They had I go to Magnolia Plantation, which is in North Charleston, South Carolina, and they have only like 3 or 4 slave buildings there, and that was a huge, it was a plantation, so obviously there were probably hundreds and hundreds of homes there, but they've only kept a handful in one small area, and they do tours. They have people talk about what they I've never gone on the tours. On the tours, I'm usually there trying to get pictures of what birds are in there and flora and fauna and stuff like that. But they have tours to talk about the slave trade and what they did there. I'm sure, most of those places, had, for the most part, either rice fields or cotton fields, one or the other. So that was kind of typical. So that's it for Terrence's shot. So if you're buried in the chat, Terrence, thank you for sending them in. If not, you watch this tomorrow or what have you, thank you for your submissions.
I love the images, Terrence.
Yeah, Gustavo, I just Googled whitewash and it come up with a solution of lime and water.
Oh, okay.
Water, okay.
Yeah, they also just had white oak or white pine or white cedar. So, if you were rich, you would have the paint.
Exactly. Ooh, vulture.
Okay, so this is a from our friend Luis.
Okay.
So this is a Eurasian griffin.
Yeah.
Taken in western Spain at a well-known spot where a griffin colony is located just next to the road along the canyon of the Tagus River. It says the weather was not great with some light rain, but this was with his D500 with the 500 PF.
Wow.
Yay, 500 PF, yay. F7.1, 1/1600th of a second at ISO 4000.
Good.
So, I mean, that's a beautiful image. It's nice that, he was able to have a background with a mixed palette of colors. That worked out well. I mean, so very good shot.
Having topography always helps with this type of shot. So I'm
Yes.
sure that he's looking over a canyon or something. Beautiful, Luis.
Good job, Luis.
Mhm.
Is next. Go ahead. His next shot here is obviously of a tortoise. So it's a Greek tortoise. I don't know how you could tell it's Greek, but I guess he knows. A Greek tortoise. Enjoying the early morning sun. He says they're still common in rural areas in Greece, although they're not always easy to find. This was with the Z8 with the FTZ and the 70-200 FLED lens at 200 millimeters. He says held low above the ground with the screen tilted. F5.6, 1/500th of a second to freeze some motion blur because of his awkward position looking down, trying not to move too much to not scare the tortoise and at the same time focus and press the shutter. ISO 180. So he kept the ISO nice and low. So he had a reasonable amount of light and came out very nice. Look how sharp the bone structure is around the head and everything, and the eye. Everything is very, very well done.
A
Very
nice isolation, correct, of the background with the background. So
Yep.
So that's the beauty of going down like Luis did on this image. Great image, Luis.
Yes, good job.
200 millimeters too. Wow.
Yeah. Now his next. Come on, file. Here we go. His next shot.
Ooh.
Now this is a blue Pitta, Pitta.
That's right.
In western Thailand. He says he had a guide and we could hear up to 3 blue Pittas calling in the area. He says we tried to see then they were close to a dry riverbed with some water where birds were regularly coming to take a bath. The guide first created in the forest a kind of hide with some camouflage sheets that proved efficient to photograph some flycatchers. Later, he went out of his way and placed 2 tents for them to sit in and wait for the birds. He says we attempted 3 times during the day, but this Pitta only showed up at about 5 p.m. when the light was fast disappearing.
Wow.
Says the guide was very happy because normally they never show up. And he says, nice to tell me that at the end, he thought.
Wonderful.
Z9, 500 PF, F5.6, 1/25th of a second. So that's pretty, that's some gumption there, Luis. ISO 1400. He says he wasn't expecting to do this kind of photography, therefore he had no tripod. He says he searched for a branch and broke it to the length that he needed and placed the foot of the 500 PF on the top of this improvised monopod. And after taking a few pictures at ISO 12,000 plus, he thought he'd never have this opportunity again and decided to lower the speed to 1/25th of a second and hope the Pitta would strike a pose and be quiet for a second or two. He says this was one of the sharpest images that he got, and he's very happy with the result. And you should be very happy with the result. Very nice.
No, the Pittas are a very peculiar family of birds. Most in the old world, like this one is, are very colorful. The New World Pittas, which are very sought after by birders, are all kind of brownish color, but they follow the ants, correct? Because the Pittas mostly feeding the litter of the under the canopy of the trees in the ground. So they look for uh, insects and stuff that get uh, disturbed when you have these ants that travel into the forest, correct? So they are called antobli. So they follow the ant raiding parties.
Ah,
So
okay.
but the old world pitas like this one are very beautiful. So congratulations, Luis, great capture. I mean, you can see the quality of the image, correct?
Yep.
How big is the bird? Is it bigger than a hand, or is
Yeah,
that big?
yeah. It's not. It's a little bit. They're different, like from this to a little bit bigger, and they have very long legs, and they are very peculiar. So that's why birders like them. And in the case of this one, the colorful, so they're very colorful. This whole world. So beautiful, Luis. That's a great capture.
Yep, great job. Then he, just for a point of reference, he just sent a reference image so we could see the tents that were supplied for them to use as blinds, basically to shoot out of. So he just sent a picture so we could see what they were using.
Wow.
That's a serious wildlife photographer, correct?
Yep, yep. Now the next images are from Michael Dries, and so let me call up his shots. Okay.
Oh, I like that.
So his first shot is he says he noticed a flock of cattle egrets congregating on the dock at Indian River Estates in Central Florida. So he got himself positioned on his stomach and shot images of individual birds as they took off or landed. And he says it took a bit of luck and experimentation until he positioned one in between the lights, that you see in the background there. He wanted to get it positioned between the lights and get a good wing position. So he accomplished what he wanted. So that worked very well.
Beautiful image for sure.
Yep.
Yeah. Cattle egrets, if you guys don't know, is originally from Africa, but I think it was in the 1920s, 1930s. Some came into Brazil. They were blown across the Atlantic, and they have been merging with egrets here in the neotropics and in the Americas, okay, and progressing forward. But this is a species that also have been expanding. Actually, was uh, exchanging some text with Luis, and he told me now that they have expanded all the way into Europe, correct? And they started to show up in Europe all the way into England, right? So where there were no egrets before. So interesting natural history aspect of the cattle egret.
Now he took this with the Z8 with the 600 PF, the new 600 PF 6.3 VRS lens, f 6.3 at 1/1000th of a second at ISO 1800. See, so this goes to show you that you can get, because this bird was obviously just taking off. I mean, so it wasn't like going blazingly fast. He was able to get the bird basically tack sharp at 1/1000th of a second. So you don't always have to shoot at 1/2500th or 3000th of a second, and it all depends on the size of the bird and if they're just starting to fly off or they're coming in for a landing, and then they're not moving as fast. So you can get away with shooting at a slower shutter speed.
Apart from the subject, which we comment about, I mean, this is a great image, correct? Look at it. The fact that you have image has to tell a story sometimes, correct? It can be a story of the people, the animals, the place, correct? And this cattle egret perfectly framed in the middle, right?
Yeah.
Then you have the pier, framing with all the background out of focus of the other egrets in the pier. I mean, come on. I mean, this is fantastic, right? Image-wise. I mean,
yeah, and it makes perfect sense once again, the rule of thirds
Oh, I'm
is meant to be. Rules are meant to be broken, and here it makes sense to have the bird in the middle
Oh.
too, because you've got that golden area in the far background that's blurred out. That your eyes kind of, everything kind of has that tunnel effect going towards that
exactly.
coloration at the end, and the bird is right above it, in the same part of the frame. So it was done. The composition was well thought out, and he knew what he wanted to do, and he got the
And he
shot.
got it. So this is not, I mean, like we said before, the luck favored the prepare. He was prepared. So what lens did you use?
He used the 600 PF,
Oh, okay. Well,
so he was pretty far. He was, it was pretty far away.
yeah. But look at the background. I mean, the Boca have a background.
Boca's nice and creamy and soft. It looks great.
And he was lucky that this probably early in the morning or early or late in the afternoon, the light, is almost going and still managed to get it. So fantastic. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great shot. The only comment that I would make is on the right side, it starts to become a little bit sharper than I would like. But that's only a minor thing, and you could easily just crop that out. But it's a great shot. I like the bokeh and everything else,
Yeah.
But then that's only a minor comment, and it's just great the way it is.
Yes, for sure.
Now his next shot that he took, he wanted to do a silhouette. He says the conditions were perfect for a silhouette. So he said, "Hey, I'll go for it." And so in the silhouette are a flock of the cattle egrets and
a rosette.
and also he has a spoonbill that just landed on the far lower right hand corner of the image as well. So that worked out well for him. This was at the Orlando Wetlands Park near Tuittsville, Florida. And these are not. I'm sorry, I misquoted. These are obviously not cattle egrets. These were black vultures.
That's
black vultures and the one spoonbill. And he took this with the Z8 with the 1:400 at f11 at 1/1600th of a second, ISO 2800.
Wow. I mean, what can I say? It's another great photo.
Yep.
Yeah. I love the fact that the sun is partially obscured by the bushes, so it doesn't overwhelm the photo. Right? And the fact that the rosette spoonbill is just landing on that, I think it's a stump of a palm tree. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean,
worked out good.
I mean, no more than
Worked out good. His third entry is a Rosetta spoonbill.
Okay.
And this was at the same place, Orlando Wetlands Park, Florida. 600 PF, shot at f6.3, 1/3200th of a second, ISO 500. So he had. So here's a case where he had more than adequate light, so it didn't matter how high his shutter speed was. So if you got enough light and you can keep your ISO low, then better to err on the side of caution, because you don't know if it's going to take off or whatever. Crank up your shutter speed a little bit. You could even, he could have gotten away with even shooting this at f8 if he wanted to. He definitely had enough light to do that, but it doesn't matter. I mean, what you want sharp in this image is sharp, and what you don't want sharp is a nice blur.
I'm beautiful. The birds and breathing plumage. Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
This is obviously an older one because it's bald, like some of us. And
wow.
his last image, he wanted to change it up a little bit and show us something different. And he took this image of a competitor in a bronc riding competition at the, oh yeah, give me this kind of Okeechobee Cowtown Rodeo,
Okay.
Okeechobee, Florida. I think I pronounced that correctly.
That's right.
And he took this with a Fuji XT3 with the XF 70-300, f4 to 5.6 RLM lens at 100 millimeters, f8, 1/2000th of a second, ISO 1600. So, hey, we have a shot from a Fuji camera, and that's great because I don't know, we hardly ever get shots from a Fuji camera on the show. So it's nice to see somebody using a Fuji camera. There you go. Nice colors.
Yeah, and it's not a landscape.
Yeah, look at the colors in that. Look at the colors in that shirt. Wonderful.
Beautiful.
Well done. Well done. So, Michael, thank you for your entries as always. We appreciate you you sending these in to us. And the next few images really aren't going to have any narration because unfortunately these were done by Roy, and he normally would narrate being on the show, but unfortunately he could not join us tonight. So we will just show the images, and so give me a second to bring them up. Okay. Something's not right in order here. Let's see. All right, I got some stuff out of order, which is my fault. Thought I had everything in the right order, but I kind of messed it up, so I got to jump around here. I'll go by my written narrative here. So Roy decided to take a picture of the moth here.
Oh, wow.
So this is his first, and like I said, he didn't share any camera lens or any data, so I don't have any data on the image.
Nice colors for sure.
Yeah.
But we're trying our best to convert Roy into a generalist at best, right, guys?
Well,
We're messing.
he's
messing with
almost a bird photographer because that's bird food.
Yep. And oh man, so then he got I got these all in the wrong order. He got a picture of one of those black parrots.
Cockatoo.
So that's well defined.
Beautiful.
It's tough with birds that are that dark. I mean, yeah, you could bring up the shadows a little bit, but if you go too far with that, then you lose the detail in the wings too. So you got to be careful.
No.
And if you go too dark, you can lose the detail in the wings. But I think he's got it the way this is how it looks. I'm sure this is exactly how it looked to his eye.
Actually, for this, Jeff, it's like the white birds. You will, and that looks to me like a cloudy day is much better than a bright sunny day. Right?
Oh yeah.
So I think this is good, Mr. Roy. You're getting better. You're getting much better.
Yeah. The transformation continues, and because he also sent in a kookaburra.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Gotta have those.
So Roy is slowly being manipulated by the people on this panel, and I won't name the people.
At least he's getting some close shots. Me, I try to take the camera and they flock away, but if I have my cell phone, they don't mind me taking pictures then. So.
Yeah.
Well, they think you're going to beat them in the head with the lens, I think. They run away. The cell phone doesn't have nothing sticking off of it, nothing sticking out from it. So that's what Roy sent in. So the conversion process is nearing completion. Now we got some images from Jeff and Leslie. I don't know if they were. Did you guys see? Did you guys see them in the chat tonight or no?
No,
Yeah.
not yet.
Well, I thought I saw. Well, who did I see? Was he? Oh, it was Greg Wilson. Yeah, I didn't see.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, hello, Greg. Because like I said, I can't really look at the chat much with doing what I'm doing here. But so I apologize, people. I'm not intentionally ignoring you in the chat. It's just that, unfortunately my third eye isn't working. I only have two that work right now, so the third eye isn't working. So these images are from Jeff and Leslie, and he got these shot these. The preface here is he shot them with the Canon EOS R7 with the 100 to 500 millimeter lens. And let's see. And so let me just grab his first image here. So this is a nice image when it does come up here of a bluebird that he got. I love bluebirds. Boy, I mean they're fun to take pictures of.
We're not seeing it yet. We're still with Kookaburra.
Yeah, the drive is still the squirrels are moving quickly here. Come on, fellas, hurry it up. There we go. And it's amazing now. These birds they really don't weigh anything, but I'll tell you, when they're on such thin branches like this, even though they're mostly bones, you still think like, oh, that branch should be like hanging low or something, but they don't weigh anything, Nice creamy background, some nice little bokeh balls at the bottom. He shot this at, let's see, 500 millimeters, f7.1 at 1/640th of a second, ISO 125.
And the good thing for this is that if they get a branch that they like to perch, then you can wait until they come back to that branch. Okay.
Yeah.
So now I love the bluebirds. This is obviously an eastern bluebird.
Yeah. Now his next shot is one of my favorite woodpeckers, and he got a shot of a pileated woodpecker, and I love pileated woodpeckers. And the problem for me, where I see the pileated woodpeckers, is they're usually deep into the woods, and so they're in poor light. But then the sky that shows up in between the branches is usually either white or a bright blue. So from an exposure standpoint, it's usually a mess, and the bird is usually very dark. So he got some wonderful lighting on this woodpecker, and it's tack sharp. I mean, it's very, very, very nice. I like it very much.
Yeah. And this time of the year, it's good to be looking for woodpeckers because they're starting to make their nesting holes, and there are still not many leaves in the forest.
Yeah, this was with the same 500 millimeter lens, the 1:5 at 500 millimeters, f7.1, 1/640th of a second, ISO 320 plus 0.3 EV. I like how sharp the red of the top of the red on the head is too. You can see all the detail in the feathers. Very, very nice shot.
Mm-hmm.
And his last, no, I got, one more shot from him here. He got a shot of a bee, and you can see the pollen sac, the pollen on the leg on the right-hand side. So he just caught this bee on a flower at 500 millimeters again, f7.1, 1/250th of a second, ISO 1000, plus 0.3 EV, and that worked out very well as well. It's leaving away. It's leaving with the
with bounty.
with bounty. Yes, it's leaving with the prize. It got the prize, and it's moving on up to the east side now.
So if Jeff will be here, we will ask what type of flower, because as we know,
Yeah,
Jeff knows all the wildflowers, and I will
Jeff
ask
knows
him.
flower.
Then we will ask him whether this is from this spring or past spring.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, he took no. It's current because he took it on February 20th.
Okay, wow.
So this year.
Are they
This year.
tulips? You know, yellow tulips?
No,
I don't know. They could be.
no, I don't think so.
I don't know.
Mr. Jeff is always on mostly photographing wildflowers. So
Yeah, but it has the shape of a tulip. But I
Yeah.
mean, I'm not sure.
Well,
if it is or
they
not. I
had
don't
yellow
think-
now, and they have white, they had red,
yeah.
purple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now he had to reply to put that information in the comments when he see the video.
Yeah. Now the next images, Mr. Gustavo, are yours. So you get to talk to all these, even though I have all your notes. So if you, in case you need to refer to them if they're not in front of you, I have them all in front of me. So we'll start with your first image of a green jay.
Yeah, this is actually one of the birds that I went specifically to photograph in my trip to South Texas, because this is a neotropical jay and can only be seen the extreme south around the Rio Grande Valley. I don't know, Randall, they may extend all the way to where you are in San Antonio, but definitely is a wonderful bird, one that I used to watch back in Venezuela. So slightly different subspecies in Venezuela, but I haven't seen one of these for a long, long time. So it was one of the target species. This was done at a place called Laguna Atacosa. They're going to Brownsville, Randall. Okay, and not completely satisfied of these photos, but because you know how it is, didn't get the right pose and all that time, but definitely one of the birds that I was interested to photograph. Very showy.
No, that 600, I'll tell you that bird is tack sharp, wide open.
Look at the bokeh too. So
Wide open. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, there's Nikon's got some amazing glass for us wildlife shooters. We got nothing to complain
sure.
about, I'll tell you.
So that's at the
Mhm.
visitor center. The rangers put some seats and stuff in that area, so you can sit there by this visitor center, and they will come. The problem is that the light can be tricky. So this morning actually was cloudy, so you don't have that much contrast light coming through the trees in the background. But now I know the place, so I can go back and try my luck another time. So it did this way. And I will put a presentation about the South Texas, so show the location so the people that are interested here, and a little bit more of the natural history of this animal. Right?
Now your second image is close to my heart because it's one of my favorite birds down here, although I don't see them like I used to. I won't get into the reasoning behind that, but you can imagine what the reasoning is. And I'll leave it at that. But so I smiled a big smile when I saw this image come up.
Oh wow. Fish.
Our osprey, and the fish decided to take a poop, I guess. Once it got captured, you can see
Actually, these were
that poop coming out of it.
The talon. That's where the talon punctured.
That's where the talon dug into it.
Yes.
There. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
So a little bit. Sorry, I apologize. A little bit gory picture, but that's
No,
nature.
it's nature.
And so this was actually taken in Rockport, correct?
Okay.
Close to, part of the Aransas National Wildlife Refuge, and this is from
Yeah.
taken from the boat. Correct? There's a boat tour in the intercoastal there that take you to see the cranes. And as we were passing by at the edge of the canal, the intercoastal, you I noticed already that these posts have been used actually by the osprey. So I was ready the next time we pass around, and so the boat is moving. The bird just landed there, and that's the wonderful ability that we have now with this camera, correct? So imagine that. I mean, this is the 600 with the TC converter, so 850 from a boat that is moving, and then you can manage to get a photo. So uh,
Yeah, and this is a great shot. I mean, I'm sure the bird's looking at you saying, "Don't even think about it. This is my fish."
exactly.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of thing that we can do. So this photo would have been impossible just a few years back, just because the image stabilization technology, the lenses were not that great. I mean, this is taking at 4,500 ISO. Right? So everything is helping us to do what before was impossible. So, and I know here people like Osprey. So
Well, like I said, what do we really have to complain about anymore,
exactly.
other than complaining for the sake of complaining? And your next shot's also one of my favorite birds. That we did have some of these fellas this year, and this being an older one, I just love the detail on that forehead and around the eyes, almost I mean, it almost looks like it doesn't even look like it's real.
No,
Like it's you think it's like something somebody is this isn't a stuffed spoonbill, or something somebody made, right? Because it almost looks like straw going across the head. It's just really
well,
thick lines. It's cool. It's really cool.
and like my wife said, I mean, from far, as we saw in the prior picture here, the Rosette spoonbill is a spectacular bird. But when you see it up close like this, so ugly, it's impossible. Almost look like a dinosaur, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bill is like metallic, and actually, Jeff, this is going into the process of becoming like the one that we saw before. So, because this was taken in South Padre Islands, correct? So they become bolder as they go from prenuptial to nuptial plumage. So you can see
Yeah.
here they get every year they get older, and then
Yeah.
they
Well,
start showing the red eye, and you can see the dark pink colors in the shoulders, and then they begin bolder until they get that very strange looking ball head that is almost
yeah.
metallic, correct? Like you described, Jeff.
I like the subtle and soft uh, waves in the background.
Yeah.
That adds to the image too. I mean, it's excellent, excellent shot, and it's cool that you didn't that you didn't show the whole bird. Because I think we all have a habit of always trying to show the whole bird, and many a times you should only do like a 2/3 shot or a shot just around I call it their shoulders or whatever, and their head, like a headshot, like you would do a
Exactly,
person,
exactly.
and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think your normal tendencies are to try to get the whole bird in the shot, and sometimes the best shots, you don't need to show the legs all the time, is my point. Just focus on the main part of the body here, and it's a compelling image. So very well done as always. And I'll let you pronounce this last bird. I'm not going to try to do it. You're I'm not going to mess it up. You won't mess it up. I'd mess it up.
No, that's all right. So this is a crested caracara. Actually, this was another of the species that I went to photograph in South Texas. Right, that's a neotropical bird. It's a Falconidae family. Okay, this is actually in a place, a private ranch where they have some hides, that I described the other day called Laguna Seca Ranch. Right, so I went to photograph these, and there were 80 birds. So hopefully I will try to go there again. And next year I will put a presentation specifically on the crested caracaras and I'll share with you guys another time. But this was taken just before just before after sunrise. Correct, the sun was just coming, and obviously they started to feed them, and they were showing at that time of the day there were about 80 caracaras. So love the picture, and the quality of the image, the quality of the light was ideal for this type of portrait.
I just love that. I love the color, behind the peak of the bill and around the eye, and it's neat because it doesn't go on. The color doesn't go all the way around the eye.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It just has that strong line of delineation there, and then all of a sudden you see the color, and it's like cool looking bird, man. I've never seen nothing like that, so that's really neat. I like it.
I chose some more another time because this was an opportunity, and that's south from where Randall is. There's a couple of ranches there that specializes on bird photography that you will see some more photos from there, but I'd like to visit again, probably next year. All right. Thank you, Jeff. Chat it, bro.
Thank you. Thank you for sending these in, as always.
Gustavo, it's a great bunch of shots as per normal for you, and you got something for us to all work towards, getting something similar to this.
Yeah.
And want to say hi to Roy. Roy is in the chat now. So Roy, you missed, as I did show the images that you sent me of the image of shot with 50 millimeter lens, and then the two different fisheye lenses. And we talked about the fisheyes a little bit, and we've already shown your images. So you got out of having to comment on your images. So man, we ripped you apart to shreds. I'll tell you, we just went right at you. But no, we're very proud to see that we're obviously converting you into a wildlife photographer, and that you're well on your journey here. You're doing well. So, we're as many converts as we can get. That's what we're going for. So thanks again, Gustavo. The next images are from Martin Hild. So Martin was able to sneak some in for us, and I'll give you, before I show the first image, I'll read some of his narrative. Part of the letter that he wrote to me. He says, so this time he wanted to show photos of last year's trip to Scotland. So David knows a little bit about Scotland. He says he always wanted to see the Eurasian otters in the wild. He says, we read that the easiest place to spot the elusive animals would be the Scottish Isle of Mull. He says, so we took the train from Frankfurt to Glasgow to be able to take more than one long lens. He says also the train ride took us through Chuck's favorite place in England, Berwick upon Tweed. Hey, Chuck, you're not still here. They went through Berwick upon Tweed, a definite plus. He says, of course, besides otters, we had the idea to see puffins, which is particularly easy on the, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Treshnish Islands west to the Isle of Mull. Hopefully I pronounced that right. So his first image is of a puffin seemingly enjoying ruffling its feathers. He says, to me, the cutest picture that he took on the trip. He says, the puffins there are incredibly relaxed and would let you get very close. He's happy he bought the short 300 millimeter lens, shot on a Z9 with the 300 f2.8 VR2. Says he loves that lens. Been shooting it for over 10 years and it never let him down. 1/6400th of a second, f2.8, ISO 110. He says underexposed by 2/3 of a stop to get the white feathers. And we all know what it's like with white feathers. He says, I still kind of like it underexposed like that, even though it may look dull in print and it may be a little bit too dark. But, that's obviously a preferences thing. I mean, you could if you were, depending on what software packages that you're using, if you were in Lightroom, you could do select object and you could just bring up the shadows a little bit or the blacks a little bit, if you wanted to, and it would only, affect the feathers that are outstretched. The stomach would pretty much be left alone. It might get a little bit lighter than that, but not much. But I tend to like my images a little bit underexposed for color saturation reasons. I don't like to have them too bright, but like you said, sometimes you're not sure, whether it's a little too dark or what. But the only person that has to be happy with it, Martin, is you. So
And in this case, the white look white. Does it look bluish? Okay, or at least on my screen.
Right.
So that's a good work because that's the
Yeah.
problem with sometimes trying to preserve detail. Then you get a cast of color and streak in the white balance. So good job there, Martin.
Yep. So his second shot coming up is another puffin shot. I love these birds. I'd love to see them in person. I wrote to him. I said the closest place for me to go see him would be to go back to New England and go to Maine.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a little island in Maine. You can't just go to it. You have to find someone who's authorized. The state only allows certain people to bring people on the island for photography reasons. So there's only a handful of people that ever really get to see the puffins up close. And you have to go through the right channels to be able to go see them. But that would be the closest. The closest for me would be to head back to New England and go to Maine to get them.
Wonderful picture. Love the faces of the puffin are so comical, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, they're just genuinely the patterns in the beak and the colors and everything. It's almost like art deco type of thing. You know what I mean? Art deco look on a bird. That's kind of weird, but it kind of looks like that to me. So he shot this with the 800 PF and the Z9. 1/1600th of a second, ISO 110, f6.3. So shot wide open, underexposed by a third of a stop. He says really likes portraits. Puffins are such a treat.
Fantastic.
And then the next shot he shared is a puffin in flight shot.
Ooh.
Just the leap of faith, taking that leap. While the other one's kind of looking down, saying, "You sure about this? You sure you want to do this?" He says it's not easy. He says the way he worded it. He said this third picture is a puffin in flight. He says not easy, but also not very hard to get these birds in flight. He says I know this one is starting and thus even easier, but he says they are fast. And they do not really, and luckily they don't have an unpredictable trajectory when they fly. You kind of know which way they're going to go. They're not going to zig and zag like a barn swallow or something. They're not going to be zigzagging all over the place. So he said, picture shows a major problem that day: glaring sunlight. He says you can have too much light. I expected much worse weather in Scotland, but it was sunny all week long. He took this with the 300 millimeter, 1/6400th of a second, f2.8, ISO 250, and he underexposed this by over a stop.
How beautiful! Now, sunny Scotland is not known for that.
Yeah. So he says it was pretty hard to select pictures as we took a lot of pictures of puffins that would be worth sharing. And so his last shot that he sent to us, when I looked at it quickly, I thought it was what I get pictures of down here, but it's not. This is actually one of the otters. I get pictures of minks, and other than obviously the otter's tail is flatter. And although you can't really see it in this image, the otter has webbing between the toes and a mink does not. Okay, so that's another way you can tell the difference between a mink and an otter. And then the coloration, the amount of white on it is different in different locations on an otter than it is on a mink as well. So this was his main target on this trip, actually. I mean, he got the great shots of the puffins, and then he focused on the otters. He says they looked every day the whole week, no otters to be found. He says we looked everywhere. On the last day, when they were already leaving the last spots in the evening, finally saw somebody standing by a lock, observing the water, and he was indeed checking for otters. We decided to stay a few more minutes, and we couldn't believe our luck when an otter not only showed up, but also decided to swim to the bank close to us. He then climbed on top of a rock and posed for a brief moment. Picture is far from perfect, but this picture means a lot to him. He says you see a lot of heat haze, typical for Scotland. He says I also made the mistake to crouch. Should have been better to take the picture standing. Anyways, he says taken with the Z9 800 PF, 1/1250th of a second, f6.3, ISO 280. He says, mind you, this is early evening light and still glaring hazy light. He says, can't tell you how lucky we felt. But he says, anyways, he concludes, he says, anyways, if you're into birds, wildlife, landscape, and even native orchids, Scotland is completely underrated, and I would love to go again. I'd maybe leave the raincoats at home, though, and maybe fly instead of taking the train.
Exactly.
Martin, wonderful choice of images that you sent to us. We appreciate
And
it.
congratulations, Martin, on the orders. I know how difficult they can be.
Yeah.
See,
Nice,
Mr. David
nice.
Stewart, now you have to go with Anita looking for the wildlife in Scotland.
Yeah.
Well, my problem is I'm getting to that age where I can't rent a car anymore. So that causes problems when you get over there, because all of these places, you either need a chauffeur or you have to drive. And like I've been to the Isle of Mull, and they've got a really good distillery there. But there's good distilleries everywhere.
And that's why David doesn't take wildlife pictures. He's too busy drinking.
Less whiskey, more otters.
Well, we've got one of the top 5 whiskey stores outside of Scotland in Calgary. So, and their prices are better. So I don't buy anything over there. I may sample some, but I'll come home and buy it here.
Exactly.
But there's so many nice places over in Scotland to see things like this, depending on what it is that you're looking for. And if you can get used to driving on the other side of the road, and you find that over there, after a road gets so wide, then they'll put a white line down the center. But then you know it's a wide road. But an awful lot of places like on Mull, there's no lines in the roads.
Yeah, I still have
You guys keep the conversation going. I got to check on my dog. She might have to go out, so I'll be back in a minute.
But
Keep it going.
David, I still have my British driver's license when I live in England. So the good thing about driver's license in England, for people that know, is they don't expire. Once you get your driver's license, you get it. Correct? That's it.
Oh, wow.
So because it's pretty difficult sometimes to pass exam. It's a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
But,
Does yours say standard transmission or automatic on it?
The car that I have when I have there was not automatic, was manual transmission.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's I just came back from our trip, and so we're driving a standard with it, and so I had one hand on the gear shift all the time, one hand on the steering wheel, and one foot ready to go onto the clutch, and the other one it was either on the brake or the gas, and every road that we were on was paved, but there are times when they'd be driving through what they call mountains, and it was nothing to hit a 25% slope
Oh,
going up or
sure.
going down, and there's no such thing as being able to see 50 meters going down the road. Or if you,
Handbrake, David. Handbrake. That's why you need your handbrake.
oh, I didn't use the handbrake. I used the foot brake because my other hand was on the gear shift because you're changing gears all the time. But there are some places. There was one trip we went across some of the big hills, and in about 30 kilometers, I did 90 some percent of it in second gear. Oh, you're either going up or you're going down.
Yeah.
You couldn't get any speed in, and then you'd meet cars in there, and there'd be no line down the center of the road because it wasn't wide enough.
No,
Right.
And it was nothing but curves,
Yeah,
one after the other.
and
Right.
people park everywhere.
I
Yep.
love those manual transmission cars. I'm rusty, but after a day, I can handle it. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Your muscle memory comes back, and I tell you a story while we're waiting here for Jeff. You see, and my first was actually I consider my first car, but it's actually my second car was a CJ5 manual transmission Jeep. Right?
Yeah.
And Caracas is pretty hilly, and where my parents live was basically in the surrounding mountains. So um, driving there, a manual car, you really need to know how to drive because if you stop and somebody goes behind you, if you don't know how to get it going without the car going backwards, you're in trouble, right? So
Well,
I actually. Uh, my wife learned to drive in the same car and she hated it. That give me automatic transmission because it was always a problem, correct? You have to start the engine before you release the clutch so that you don't bump the car behind, correct? It's tricky, but you have a lot more control.
yeah. Well, with this car, if you didn't have your foot on the clutch, you couldn't start it. And I was sure glad that it was left-hand drive instead of right-hand drive, because I'm much better at shifting gears with my right hand than I am with my left. Because when you get over and into the UK and you got a right-hand drive, so your gear shift is on the left. Oh, that is interesting. Get into the roundabouts and you're shifting gears going through it and changing your signal lights and all the rest of this stuff. It was really interesting. But this last trip, it was great too. But when you were driving, you couldn't gawk at the scenery like you can over here.
Oh, sure. The issue is, I think the risk if you don't drive there all the time is when there is nobody in the road, because then is when your brain, then suddenly you are driving in the other lane, correct? And another car is coming because I remember one time going from England to Germany, and that was a trouble because I already had switched my brain to drive on the left side, and then went in a rural road, and I was driving in the other side. But it's fun actually. Jim mentioned here his Camaro, 6-speed manual Camaro. That is that's a lot. That's beautiful to drive.
Yeah, and the gas are nicer than the diesel because you got to shift more often with the diesel, and you want a 6-speed if you got a diesel. But we had a gas powered motor, but there's one time we got stopped on a hill, and it was better than 25% slope, and I'm usually good at starting on hills, but
Exactly.
I stalled it 3 times before I could get going up the hill.
Wow.
Oh, it was really, really rough. And then we get up there, we were at 1,500 meters elevation, and we were above the clouds. I wanted to shoot some scenery shots.
There was no scenery.
And some bugger had stolen the scenery and replaced it with clouds. Oh, it was, and we waited.
Well, you were closer to God, David. You were in God's territory at that point.
Yeah, but you sure had to go through hell to get there.
Yeah. Well, that's part of the deal, you know.
Yeah, but maybe we should get back to some photography,
Yeah.
and we're going to try to hang in here for another 10 minutes or so because we're suffering from
All right.
7 hours of jet lag.
Oh, wow.
So our
Congratulations,
our
Martin.
yes, very good. So give me a second to get my mouse back where I want it. Mouse, come here. Where are you?
I can see it here.
The next images are going to be from Terry. Now let's see. So the first one, give me a second, right here.
Ooh, Akita.
Now this is of Echidna.
Akita.
Echidna?
Yes.
You kidding me? You kidding me?
Akita.
Kidding me? So he says you can find this little animal in the wild. He says no luck for me. It's taken in the Healesville Sanctuary, Victoria. Z9 with the Z100 to 400, 5.6, and 1/2000th of a second, ISO 800. So that's I think, is this kind of like, does it like just eat bugs like an anteater type of thing?
It's, it definitely eat insects, but it's a marsupial, correct? Actually, the echidnas, many people here know, is one of the only mammals that lay eggs, correct?
Okay,
So
it's a neat looking thing. Looks kind of like a cross, like you said, a little bit of a porcupine look to it, but all the different colors in the on the back is neat, like almost like a yellow and black, maybe a little purple tinge to it.
exactly.
Kind of neat.
Beautiful shot, Terry. Fantastic. I would love to
Yeah.
see one of these guys, and the low angle, fantastic here.
Now, his next two images, he's asking for a critique from the panel. I already kind of gave him my critique privately of the next two images because he took one in color and one in black and white.
Okay.
So he wants your opinion as to which if you like one better than the other, why? Okay. So we're going to start with the color image first. This was taken with a Canon 5D SR plus EF 16 to 35 millimeter lens, f/16, minus 0.8. It says, oh, I don't know. I guess that must be exposure comp. I don't know. He says minus 0.8 seconds, 100 ISO. Maybe it's minus 0.8 seconds. When you see the shot, it probably makes sense that it's that. Let me get it up here. So this is the color version first.
Wow. Beautiful.
Gorgeous.
And
Love this guy.
Did he have any information? What he used?
this is at the I'm not sure what the abbreviation is. The Kiama NSW Bombo Headland. So I don't know what the NSW stands for.
New South Wales?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay, there you go. So here's his color version, which wonderful shot. And then we're gonna switch over. So kind of memorize what you like or don't like about this color shot, and then we're gonna switch over to the black and white, and then you can say which one you like better if you have a preference at all. There's the black and white.
Oh, wow. Wow. See, I thought the color one was kind of dark, but this kind of
Both are
brings it
wonderful.
out more detail. Wow.
Well, I think my comments to him were the black and white kind of punches you in the face, and it's
Yeah.
more dramatic. The clouds are more dramatic. However, the water kind of gets lost because of the tone. Okay. Versus if I switch back to the color version, because I like the impact of this, and I think the clouds. It's very dramatic and moody, and really smacks you in the face. But the water doesn't stand out so much because it's somewhere a gray tone. But then when you go back to the color one, now the water adds something. It's in more of the center of the image, and I said I like the goldish coloration on the rocks in the foreground on the left, and then the slight lit up areas of the rocks from the little shafts of sunlight that he got in the color picture. So I told him they're both winners. I said you could frame both of these side by side and put them on a wall, and people would spend hours arguing about, I think, which one they like better than the other. I personally think they both
They look
are
good.
fantastic. They're both fantastic images to me, anyway. Now you guys comment on what you think and why.
I actually see more detail in the rocks in the black and white than I do in the color one.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah. And you can see it there. And I almost think what you want to do is do a composite of both, so you can see the detail on the rocks, but have a little bit of color in it.
I'm with you, Jeffrey. I like both, but definitely this one, the black and white, have more contrast, so that's why you see all that detail.
Yeah, this one hits you. This one punches you in the face, I think.
I always like color, so if I have to get one, I will go for the color one. But I think maybe what Roy is suggesting here, some additional processing there, you can get the best of both in the color one. But the very fantastic pictures, man, you can
Gorgeous.
you should frame both of this.
Yes, I would. Now he sent in one more from Tarongo Falls. He walked through the forest basically to get this shot, and he used the D850 with the f 16 to 35 millimeter lens, f16 1/20th of a second at ISO 100. And I'll bring up this shot, and he like literally did his Tarzan interpretation and went through the wilderness to capture this image.
Oh wow!
Wow, good.
I like the detail in that large fern that's off center to the left, and then you just kind of follow the water through, and the sky. Nothing is blown out. Exposure is tricky. Exposure when you're in the woods like this, you get shafts of light that can blow things out. The sky could be blown out. The upper third of those trees could be all blown out. He did a really good job. Really good job.
And what you're saying, Jeff, the fern that is in the foreground anchored the photo so well, right? Otherwise, it just nice forest with a stream, but the details on the fur and the fur there make the photo, to me, it makes the photo so fantastic.
So
and good to see the
Terry,
forest there in the forest in Australia.
Once again, Terry, you pulled them out of the hat. Once again, sent us some great images as always. We really appreciate that you take the time to do that. Very, very good. It's nice. I would, it's tough. You keep taking pictures like this. Let's put it this way: if you print these things, you're going to run out of wall space really quick.
So Roy is making a comment that the ultra wide make the trees lean in a little bit, correct? So the question that I have for Roy is, would you correct that in Photoshop? Would you try to stretch the top so that the trees look completely vertical? I mean, these are eucalyptus trees; they are going to be very vertical. Would you make that correction?
I wonder if you could just use almost like what you would use in Lightroom, like if you were trying to
Exactly. Distortion.
straighten out a building.
Yeah.
If you were, doing street photography, right?
Exactly.
Buildings tilted backwards. It looks like it's tilted backwards. You use the tools, in whether it be Photoshop or Lightroom to straighten it out or make it so it's more upright and it doesn't look like it's leaning backwards,
Exactly.
Or hey, this would be this would be where not that most of us would spend the money for the lens because it's so it's more time consuming to set up, but this would be a place where you could use a tilt shift lens as well if you had one.
Yeah,
right.
So how many millimeters was this taken, Jeff?
This was using the 16 to 35. He didn't say where he was at when he took it, but it was a 16 to 35 millimeter lens.
Well, Jeff, there's two ways of doing this. One is what Roy suggested with the wide angle lens, and this one is, I think he was closer to the 30 end than the 16 on this. Is what you want to do is you shoot it horizontal and then you crop it, because then your trees would be straight, or you fix it in post. And both are equally easy to do, but one requires forethought and the other requires afterthought.
Exactly. So he says 16, David.
16 millimeter.
Okay.
That is closer to 16. But Terry, wonderful shot. So, but definitely, yeah. Terry, that probably could be a good homework here to try to go into Photoshop and show this image and then show the straightened one. Yeah?
But you don't want to straighten it completely.
Right. Oh, but you can make it more.
You can get it almost so that everything's vertical, but you want a little bit to come in. And that's how your eye sees it.
Exactly. You stretch it and then you crop it again, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, wait a second. Let me.
Well, cameras can also fix it right there. So you might have had that on with the camera.
Here you go.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Okay, buddy, where are you hiding on me here? I'm gonna transform it and I'm gonna do an auto upright and see what happens.
No,
there you go.
I just cropped it.
Well, because it's stretched, so you have to be recrop. But beautiful. I like both. I tolerate a little bit the bowing there.
Yeah,
but I can see.
So that's with using the transform tool in Lightroom. And now I'll turn it off and we'll go back. So look at it now and we're going to turn it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're going to turn it on again.
Yeah. Beautiful.
So that's all you got to do if that's what you want, but it does crop the image a little bit.
And you don't carry a PC lens with you all the time. If you go with a PC lens, it's like I'm going to shoot with a PC lens all day. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're not that. Yeah, you bring that with you. You kind of tied yourself down.
Exactly.
But I like. I wouldn't have an issue printing it just the way it is. But like I said, you can make a few tweaks if you wish to. But once again, personal preference.
Beautiful.
It's not a. I mean, Terry, thanks so much for. For sending these in, and you created some good discussion here too. So that's a bonus.
Well, the important thing, Terry, is are you happy with it? Because you'll find that with the panel, we all have different ideas, and
Yeah.
none of ours are necessarily right or wrong. And as we discuss this, our thoughts will change.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah. That's why I'm not a big fan of photo contests. And I made a comment to that gentleman, Terry, that sent images, of the slave houses. That's part of the photo Carolina Nature Photographers Association, because those guys love photo contests. And I told them I'm not a big photo contest guy. I said, because it's so, there's so much subjectivity, and it's hard because you depend on who you have judging. Okay, case in point, if 2/3 of the judges shoot wildlife, who do you think's going to win the photo contest?
Exactly.
Right? It's going to be somebody that took a wildlife picture. I don't care how good your landscapes, or how good, like this kind of a shot, which is a great shot, it's going to get poo-pooed because 2/3 of the people judging the contest are wildlife photographers. Or you can flip it the other way. If 2/3 of them were landscape photographers, then the wildlife guys wouldn't have a shot. So that's why I'm not into photo contests. It's way too subjective. It's way too biased, depending on who's on the panel. And if you have a photo contest and it's specific, now it's a little different if it's specific to a genre. At least then you could say that it isn't going to be, if every picture has to be wildlife, then you're all being judged by people on the panel that are wildlife photographers, or theoretically wildlife photographers. Or if you're in a contest where every image is going to be judged by landscape photographers, and obviously you don't feel like you have a shot, but it's difficult. It's difficult.
And for me, this type of image, correct, which the ones that we saw before and many that we have seen today, I mean, this is what photography is all about, correct? It transports you to that place. We had not many people have been there in Australia, correct? So now you can see what Australia looks like, correct?
Yeah, it's not all dirt and kangaroos.
Exactly.
Roy says, I'd rather get paid than enter contests. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. So now we're going to go to, if Randall's still awake. You still awake, Randall?
I'm awake.
You're awake. Okay. So now Randall decided to, since he's now retired, he's in that time of his life where he's like, I got to catch up on some stuff that I've been ignoring because I've been working too hard. So now he's starting to work on his house and do things around his house. So he sent in some images of his home maintenance projects that he's working on. So I will warn you ahead of time. This first image made me jump a little, and Randall, you'll laugh when I tell you why. So his first image, I kind of went, holy crap, because it's just part of his house. Okay, he's painting his house, and he's got. I used to have a dog, different a golden retriever picture like this. But the more I looked at this, the more it freaked me out, because this is like on the entrance going into his house. So like if I'm a guest, I don't want to look at the eyes of that dog because they look too darn real to me and freak me out, So I don't know if he really wants you to visit him, or whether he's trying to freak you out with the eyes of this plaster of Paris job here or whatever, because it kind of freaked me out. I felt like the dog's looking at me, and I don't like that when it's not a real dog, and I think it's looking at me.
Well, see, if you came to my house, you would be greeted by Yorkies yapping at you. And I don't have the Yorkies anymore. They passed away. but they're one of my favorite dog breeds.
Yeah.
But they have a lot of physical problems too, like collapsed trachea. So,
Okay.
you know, that, but they live a long time. They can live up to 20 years.
Wow.
Wow.
Like Chihuahua. But anyway, this is at the entrance, and I'm showing off the gray that I selected. And I'm sorry I'm raising myself because I got another leg cramp from all the painting I'm doing. But I was going back and forth with the contractor. We went through 5 different shingles, different colors. I selected the gray, white, and a charcoal gray, which you'll see in the later pictures. And in the process of waiting for them to put the roof on my house, I got bored. So I started painting the house. And the next picture, it's a completely white driveway with the sidewalks. I got bored, so I took 20 years of soot and dirt that was caked onto that. And my sidewalk is like brand new compared to the rest of the houses. So that's the second picture. And I'm telling you, it was like that much stuff, you know, just, but the third picture is the entrance where you see the Yorkie on the left.
Okay.
And on the right, it says, life is a beach. That's my motto. So you can see the white ceiling, the white door with the entrance. And then I have the charcoal gray on the grill. Okay. And then you can see the other gray, which is kind of like, if it's in the dark area, it's like a bluish gray. But if it's hit the light, then it's like a lighter gray. So it's one of those unique things. But
so Randall, Roy is asking if this is a 18% gray, so that you can always get preferred exposure in your entrance to your house. You get always good exposure.
He's got the world's largest gray card.
Exactly.
yeah. Well, you can either use the white or the gray. So
Why balance?
I used a 28 millimeter on the Z8. So the one with the Yorkie is at f13, and I took it 1/640th of shutter speed. Next one is kind of white, but that one was at f60. So it's like f13 through f16 that I was using. Some were 10,800. Second one was 6,400. The other one was 1/10,000. But it was a cloudy day. It was going to rain. So instead of painting, I did the sidewalks and the driveway, and it never rained. But it was just dark, overcast that day, and oh well. But on the fourth picture,
yep.
From the entrance is the white that I used with the tan, with the new roof installed finally.
Okay.
And I finally finished all the exterior painting. It took me about 4.5 days. And it's almost there. I just have to do the patio, and I'm done.
Now, on your last image, like your last image, Randall, I'm going to give you an excuse.
Okay.
This last image that Randall took, you have to realize that he was under the influence of paint fumes when he took this. Because
exactly.
Because he started falling over as he was taking this picture.
Well, so, I don't have Photoshop or anything to correct it, but I was trying to show off the roof, and I saw a bird. I don't know if you can enhance that. Right underneath the eave, you know, at the entrance, I saw that bird. It's a little barn swallow. Ah. So the thing is, when I use the camera to take pictures of the birds that are usually around the house, they just fly away. But if I use a cell phone, they'll stay there. And I don't know what it is.
You're not supposed to jump up and down with excitement when you see the bird. That's the problem. No, the roof came out perfect, didn't it?
Yeah. There we go. 200%. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a 30 to 50-year-old roof if you have proper maintenance to it. And you can see the white trim and then the gray, little gray in the front with the bricks. So I kept arguing. We had a lighter roof going on top, but after watching some videos, it's only like 5 degrees if it's a darker color compared to a lighter color. So it really doesn't make any difference. I had these 3 cones, which removes the hot air in the attic before, and it didn't do a very good job. So I had them install a ridge vent, took away those little circular things, and I love it. I'm waiting for the rain to make sure that it doesn't leak. And they keep saying it's going to rain, and it doesn't do it. It just misses us. We live in a bowl, and the weather pattern usually goes around San Antonio, you know. But when it does rain, it just pours. But yeah, that's what I've been doing. I finally got all the house on the outside done, and I just have to do the patio. And then, you know, you have to go back where you have little spots that fell on different paints, and just that's it.
So Jim has a comment where he says it's a very nice post office. Very nice post office. So now hey, I'm glad to see that things are moving forward for you, and that you're getting all these little things done that you've been probably wanting to do for a while. And yeah, part of the joys of, okay, you finally retire, and then you get out the list of things that you want to get done, and when you check them all off, then you can kick your feet up and just say, okay, I'm you know, like in case of the roof, you could say, well, the roof's going to outlast me, so you don't have to worry about the roof anymore, you know.
And that's it. It's like, you know, how many people have come by and said, are you selling the house? Because if you're fixing it up, you think you're going to sell the house. No, I'm going to die here. So.
Well, thanks for sharing your pain with us, your pain, your back pain, and your leg pain.
Oh.
Now it's time to take it easy.
Trying to take it easy.
Well, I'm trying, but I keep seeing something else done. I did some videos where I took the sago palm bush out in the backyard, and that was something else. It took me 3 trash days to get rid of it, but the yard looks good. I cut some limbs. The house is looking good. So now I'll do my taxes, and then I'll go traveling, and I'll be taking some pictures.
Well, when we talk later
I'll be heading up toward Florida to see my buddy Peter Gregg, and then Mr. Camera Junkie Luis Vega, and then I might go up to South Carolina and go up that way.
You don't ruin the state here, buddy. Stay in Texas.
But Randall, now you have an assignment, because the clips is coming through San Antonio. So you need to be ready. When we finish here, we talk about the clips when we finish the photo review, because it's coming up. So you need to. I hope you are geared up already.
Roy wants to know.
It's in April, right?
8th of April.
Yeah.
So you need to buy your
around my birthday, in fact. Yeah.
Oh,
I'll be back by then.
Okay, yeah. You need to buy your filters now, Randall.
I got the filters.
Okay.
But what would you recommend on the lens? A wide 20, or would it matter?
No, okay. First, we talk about later, but first thing I recommend is enjoy it. Correct? You have to see
Yeah.
it, and then you decide. Hey, I'm going to put my house as a foreground, or I'm going to take a close-up picture. But we talk later. Let's finish with the review.
So
But
Roy
for
wants to
sure,
know
I mean,
if the
you
number,
live in the path.
Is
Roy
that the
wants to
price
know
above the garage?
is
No,
that the price
that's-
above the garage? Yeah.
no. It's actually it's
That's
you
a
know,
real
right
high.
now taxes they want $250,000 for that house. And I paid
I've never
135 for it.
seen. I've never seen Randall. Be honest with you, I've never seen a house number with that many digits in it ever.
Well, in
Wherever
San
I
Antonio,
live.
it's pretty big.
Wow. But
Big sprawl.
so
I
we'll
always
move
make
on to our next
make-
images here.
Yeah, I make a joke, Randall, to my Texas friend that the outskirts of Houston start in San Antonio.
Actually, from Seguin, but yeah.
Exactly.
So we're gonna put up some of the last images here. We only got about 10 more, I think, or less. 10 more, I think. So these are the image that's going to come up is from the first picture from Scubarazzi.
Oh boy.
Now this is another picture. He says of his supermodel Lena. Okay, he's taken pictures of this bird before. Flying in front of the forest. He says he selected the background and made it black and white. So that is the actual background, but he made the background black and white, and then he left the bird in color.
Wow.
So
Beautiful.
it makes the bird stand out more, which it does. He says the background would have been black, brown, and white, would not look that nice. The blurry background, he says, not changed in post with the black and white combination, gives a picture of sort of a 3D effect that he liked. He says, I know the picture looks like a background replacement, but it's not. He says, I still shot this with the old firmware 1.0, looking forward to shoot Lena with the new firmware and new bird autofocus. So this is with the Z8, Sigma 70 to 200, f2.8, F mount, 1/3200th of a second at f2.8, ISO 280 at 190 millimeters. So
Wow.
cool. I like your idea with that's a cool idea with changing the background to black and white like that. That was
Yeah, I thought it was
cool.
snow in the background.
You know.
Well, yeah, I thought it was like the bird was flying upside down and that was the ground. But yeah,
But
that is good. I like
that's
that.
neat. Thinking out of the box. Good to think out of the box. So the next shot here, which I love because I remember in my younger days seeing this. If I can find my mouse here so I can look at the topic. So he says, as promised the last time, he says, here you have a picture of a Gorgonian coral in full splendor. Now, typically you see these at drop-off points in the ocean. They like to be on the rocks that, where all of a sudden, because you could tell where the diver is, you could see how it's dropping off. Okay, so this is probably at a pretty good depth, I would assume.
It's dark.
They get very big. He says he saw some that are as big as 3 meters in diameter. He's mentioned the last time, he says Gorgonian corals can be found in big depths below 30 meters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're pushing, close to 100 feet down. That's what I recall back in the days. They usually like underwater cliff drop-offs, and that's when you would see like the large, basket sponges and these types of corals and tube corals and stuff like that. Certain types like to be where it's deep, whereas like in shallow water, like let's say 10 to 30 foot range. You might see elkhorn coral and stuff like that, different types of coral. But the big, fan coral like this, or basket sponges and stuff like that are usually where you have the deeper drop offs.
Then
So
and then for sure you have the balance, the picture obviously here with the diver on the left side, correct?
yeah, and the flash coverage, obviously you're trying to light up the coral and you're going to have a drop off in the light. But I mean, when you're down that depth, if you don't have flashes, you don't have any color in this image at all. Okay, so let's let everybody understand that if you didn't have flashes, you don't have any color. And he used his two strobes, the Inon S2000s with his Canon PowerShot S120 Icolite housing with a fisheye lens, 1/400th of a second f5 ISO 100. And he mentions in his comments that this type of coral can be red, violet, yellow. This was shot at 35 meters, approximately 35 meters with the fisheye lens. Needed to be that in order to be able to light the coral as it is. His buddy's about 4 meters behind the coral. Gives you a feeling of scale, okay, which is important, So the human being is giving you an idea of how big this coral really is. If you didn't have the person in there, you might just say, "Oh, it wasn't that big," and you cropped it. You made it look big, but no, they're really that big. He says he took this
there
picture.
A fish to the right?
Pardon?
It looks like an orange fish right to the right of the coral.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Squirrel fish, probably.
Yeah. So he took this in Egypt on a drop off.
Oh.
Red Sea.
So very, very good. Very good.
And I'm sure Escobarazzi, after taking this picture, went close to that coral, looking for nudibranchs in the branches of the coral, because those are very spectacular as well.
Now his next shot that he's sharing with us here is so I'm going to tell you what it is, and then you're going to have two shots where you're going to get to find this creature in the image. So I'm going to read his narrative first. So here's his narrative first. He says, like last time he shared a long-nosed hawkfish. I don't know if you remember that or not, but he says you can also find something else in the Gorgonian. In certain areas, Indonesia, the Philippines, you can find, if you're very lucky and patient, pygmy seahorses. Can you spot it? They are less than 1 centimeter in size and are very well camouflaged. So if you have a Gorgonian with a diameter of 3 meters in a depth of 30 meters, and you're looking for a pygmy seahorse, and there may be a handful of them in there, your bottom time in terms of how long you can stay at that depth runs out really quick. You're probably doing a decompression dive at that point. So he says a good guy
hasn't moved yet. We're not seeing the.
No, I didn't show the picture yet.
Okay.
So I'm going to let you see if you could find it now that you're looking for a pygmy seahorse. So you're going to see that in the next two images. So here's the first one.
Yep, I see it. Yep. Wow. They are really good camouflaged.
So he says a good guy is worth his weight in gold to find them. These guys are often very skilled. He says he needed a macro lens to take this shot. Wow. A big challenge is to find them on the camera screen, as they're so well camouflaged. Also, not that easy to get them to look into the camera. They're very shy and do not like lights. This picture was taken a few years ago in Bali. So this is with a Canon PowerShot S120, Icolite with the macro lens, and as he says, as always, with the 2x Inon S2000 strobes, 1/320th of a second f8 at ISO 80. So your next image is also going to be a picture of a pygmy seahorse. that's not going to be as easy for you to find. So we will bring up that image now. I got to move some stuff. I'm blocking myself on the desktop here with some stuff. So on a count of 3, here we go. This one's a little harder to find. And believe it or not, I somehow found it right away when I looked at it, but it's definitely going to take you longer to find it, I think, for
Yeah, I
most of
see
you.
it. Yeah. Right below
Can
the
you
branch.
see my arrow from my mouse?
Yeah.
So here it is right here.
Yeah.
There it is
That's the
right
head.
there. There's the head right there.
The eye.
There's the eye right there. So his narrative, he says they mimic this coral with their color and their warts. The coral likes to be placed in places where there's current. If there's current, it's impossible to take a shot of the pygmies because obviously they don't weigh anything, right? So the warts on they match the warts on the Gorgonian coral, and which are actually coral polyps. Okay, so they will expand out and get a lot bigger and look like little flowers. Okay, so if you've watched, National Geographic specials or whatever, sometimes they'll do they'll film and you could see the polyps open up and you can see the tendrils come out, and they're grabbing. Like you said, this is near where there's a current, so you're going to get a lot of food particulates that are in the water that these polyps are going to grab and feed on.
Well, and as you remember, Jeffrey, the issue is with the polyps typically open at night, correct?
Yeah.
And in this type of drop off or deep, then early in the morning you can still find the little tentacles, out. So, and that's beautiful as well. But what can I say? Kuarasi, fantastic. Love all the images, and obviously these pygmy seahorses are fantastic. Great subject. And it cannot be cuter than that.
Yeah. So he made a comment at the end of his write up to me that last month he didn't take any good pictures. He hopes for the next review will be able to provide more current ones. He says now the kestrel season starts again. Hopes to take some creative pictures with the new Z8 with firmware 2.0. He was really hoping to get the raw pre-release capture, but he found out that for some scenarios, the auto capture feature can be used as well. He says he has some other ideas what he might use auto capture for. That nobody's probably used it in what he's thinking. Okay, so he's going to have some tricks up his sleeve. Is basically what he's hinting at here. He's hoping that Nikon will bring video mode 240 frames per second or 480 frames per second in full HD. That would be a killer feature. He says he did play around with his Sony RX100 VA. It can do 500 frames per second and even 1,000 frames per second in full HD for 2 seconds. Okay, so it's not a long length of time. It says really a cool feature for certain animal action. And he asks if Sony allows a sort of pre-release capture. I don't know which Sony cameras have it and which don't. I would think they have it in the A1, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, for sure the A9 III has it.
Yeah, so
the new one
A9 III has it. Yes, I'm not sure about the A1. Maybe a Sony user can comment in the chat and
Not the
answer.
A7 IV.
I don't think so. I think it came only on the A9 III.
Yeah. So thank you from submitting from Europe here, the images. We appreciate it and look forward to working with you in the upcoming weeks. And we hope to have Scubarazzi do a presentation on the show in the near future to talk about underwater photography. And so be there or be square. So we will try to we'll let him put something together, and I'll talk with him about it, and we'll try to schedule a time frame where he is not getting no sleep. Do it at late into the show, because everybody usually hangs around at least till 1 a.m. anyway. So we'll see how that works out. So him and I are chatting back and forth, and I hope to have him on the panel in the near future to share some information on underwater photography techniques and the unique challenges that presents. And like I said, I encourage people in the chat to get involved with the show and share stuff with everybody, because this is a photo community, and if we're not sharing, things are going to get stale real fast, right? So we're better together as a community than we are individually. So I think it's important that we share what we can share, and everybody can benefit from it. And who knows, maybe like we're trying to convert people into bird photographers, maybe we can convert some of you guys into scuba divers. That'll be the next goal. So thanks for the images, and we're going to move on to the last. I think it's the last images of the night, which means it would probably be me.
Did we get any from Eva? I didn't see Eva.
No.
Okay.
So I got a few images here to show you, and we'll start off with what you probably expect from me, and then we'll end with things that you don't necessarily expect from me. So the first image is a blue heron with a small snack, is what I call it. Blue heron with a small snack. And if you look closely at the eye, you could see that the nictitating membrane is slightly over the eye, not all the way. You could kind of see the slit, like a third of the way over. But this is early morning. This is with the Z9 with the 800 PF, f7.1, 1/2000th of a second, ISO 800.
Yeah, the nictitating membrane can be a problem, correct? Sometimes it put the whole eye opaque at the worst time.
Yep. And I don't mind it when it's like this. I prefer it not there at all, but I don't mind it when it's like this. But like you said, when it's covering the eye, which lots of times, like when his head was closer to the water, they do that to protect their eyeball. So lots of times when they go in and stab a fish, that membrane is over their eye. So you got to wait. And depending on what they're fighting with, let's say it was a larger bird and it had a large eel or something. Okay. The eel likes to wrap around the bills. There's a risk that the eel could strike the eye. So lots of times, their eye keeps switching from being wide open to having the membrane covering it. So you never know what you're going to get depending on what it is that they're trying to consume and how large the item is. So in this case, it's not obviously a large food item. So the next image is this is a small group of dunlin that were flying over Mullet Pond from the marsh side. They flew over, and these birds are fast.
Mm-hmm.
And they're this is one of these are the types of birds that they just like you're usually shooting at something else, right? And then all of a sudden they just show up. They just appear, right? And you go, oh crap, didn't see them coming, didn't know they were coming, didn't have time to lock onto them or whatever. And so when I see them in the mud looking for food and I see them over on the marsh side, sometimes I get lucky or I get patient enough where I say I'm going to wait for them to fly across, because they usually will fly across. So it was nice to get a small group of them flying and get them in sharp focus, because this was at Z98 with the 800 again, f7.1, 1/2000th of a second, ISO 1800.
Yeah, I agree with Terry. The reflection of the background is nice.
They're fun. They're fun and challenging to get. Not as challenging as like I said,
Kingfisher.
well, yeah, kingfisher or even the sparrows, which have non-defined flight patterns. Let's put it that way. They could just be all over the place. Now for this next shot, is Terry's asking if the blue light is a reflection. Yeah, so there's water on the other side of this strip of land. There is some water back there, and yeah, so you have it's in the early morning, so the sun is just illuminating that out of focus blur behind the birds, and behind it isn't bright yet, so it's more of a cooler tone. This next shot, I got out my gun to start the race, and the race is on, and so I was like doing a narration. I'm like, it's neck and neck. It looks real close here to the finish line. We don't know who's going to win this one, and I just I had a whole series of pictures of just tracking these teals running across the water and starting to take flight. But I thought this was kind of a fun shot, with one the feet are airborne now, and the other one is still treading water. But you're still leading the race, even though you're treading water. This is at 12, same lens and body at f8, 1/1250th of a second, ISO 900. So the my next shot, I actually threw in 5 this week. So this next shot, I talked about the story previous week, where I ended up with someone that wanted some portfolio shots, and this was when I was shooting with the ZF, and the ZF with the 135 f2 defocus control lens from 1985, AFD screw drive lens, shot in manual mode, manual focus using focus peaking, f11 at 1/60th of a second, ISO 100. And this was this was a planned shot, but this was kind of a difficult shot from an exposure point of view, because you can't see them in the picture, but there were live oaks, huge live oaks that were hundreds and hundreds of years old, huge branches. You can see some of the shadows on the brick here from those branches, and you only have a kiss of sunlight on the front of these daffodils, and then maybe a little kiss of sunlight here near her body. I had her kind of crouched down a little bit here amongst the flowers, where no flowers were harmed in this photo shoot. Okay, it's a light. I'm letting all the flower lovers know that we did not trample on the flowers. We were very respectful of the flora and fauna, and it was a clear area. And actually, in some of these shoots that we did, we actually had support of the people that volunteer there, that plant all these flowers. I mean, they plant thousands and thousands of different kinds of plants and flowers in this place. And then the background that interlocking stone wall in the background. I had to knock down the luminance on that because that was obviously
Right.
brighter. Okay,
Mhm.
so I had to knock that down a little bit, but still managed to get I thought a pleasing exposure on her, and you could see a combination of the shadows and the colors, and it was these kind of natural light photos, which I like to do. Natural light photos whenever I can are a challenge, and I love a challenge. So I had fun with this, and I'll thank her once again. Her name was Tara for letting me capture some images of her in this park, and it was a lot of fun. And the last shot I'm going to share with everybody is. This was on Main Street. I live in Myrtle Beach now, but I used to live in Conway, South Carolina, which isn't really that far away from Myrtle Beach. I mean, it's roughly, say 30 minutes, roughly, depending on where in Myrtle Beach you are in, about 30 minutes. So I went on Main Street,
Oh,
and I really like this. I like this storefront. I like the color, the pop. How they staged the storefront. I found it kind of interesting that it has tuxedo rentals on it, but you don't see any tuxedos in the window. But the bright colors of all these party dresses, I guess, would be the best description of them. Really, really pops. And this is on the main street of Conway, and you have a lot of nice little shops. And you can see they still have the Christmas lights, the decorative lights wrapped around the trees. That you can see on the far left of the image. You can see them wrapped around the tree, and then some of them are in the branches as well. But I kind of like this shot. I mean, I just like the pop in it. And because I do like doing street photography as well when I get a chance. So I like to do a lot of different things. I don't always get to do the different things as often as I want to, but when I get a chance, I really enjoy it.
there is a little bit of slope in the street there, Jeff.
Yes, there is. Yeah, that is not the sidewalk goes downhill.
Okay.
It's
Okay,
not.
beautiful colors. So good catch when you pass by and saw all those colors there in the window.
It's.
So do you use a polarizer to get the glass a little bit out of the way, reflections in the glass? Or
I
no?
should have adjusted it more because I could have cleaned it up a little more.
Okay.
So that is a regret that I have with this image, that I could have used the polarizer a little bit more. I did have one on the lens, but I could have probably gotten it so you didn't see the. Well, what it would have done is it would have, because it's not well lit inside. I guess it's a catch-22. If I used it and I dialed it in, I could have ended up with an effect. Some would say maybe good, maybe bad. I could have really darkened this all up, and you would have just seen the dresses for the most part, because there's not really any light inside. Very little light inside. You could,
well, I was wondering if it was reflection in the windows, in the upper part. That was like the building.
This reflection here is the leaves of this tree.
Oh, okay.
Okay. The reflections over here are probably from what's across the street.
Okay.
Possibly what's across the street, because you got stores on both sides of the street. So I could have fooled with that a little bit more. I think the next time and I go there every once in a while, is to go there and shoot it and adjust the polarizer in 2 or 3 different ways and see what the differences are and see which one I like the best. But
and go into the shop and ask them to bring the lights for the tuxedo rentals side.
Yeah, yeah. Stick a tux in between the blue and the strawberry colored gown here. But put a guy in a fake guy in a tux or something.
Wow,
But,
what a color!
I even like the yellow of the fire hydrant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Terry was saying that.
Yeah, he was talking about that.
But it was a lot of fun,
Beautiful.
and that's all the images we got for tonight. So what we'll do is our normal quick um,
Slideshow.
quick click through of the 64 images that we got on the show tonight, and I'm going to
Certainly my favorite show.
yes, yeah, it is. So let's start at the beginning, and we're not going to really comment on them too much. We're just going to go through them, each one maybe 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and we'll go to the next one. I'm not even sure what time it is. Oh, yeah, we're after midnight, so this is one of our longer talk sessions tonight. So these were Joey's images.
From Toronto.
Yeah.
Gelato in the winter.
And these were Bob's film photos. Okay.
Self-portrait.
So Myrtle Beach State Park Pier. War Memorial. Site of a restaurant. And then we're going to move into David's images. And then Anita's images. This was in Yellowknife. They were out in the middle of basically next to nowhere. I gotta go scroll down so I know who did what here.
Timing.
Yeah, that's Anita with the.
Yeah, that's Anita's shot. Those cute little birds. And then these were the slave property, the slave houses, and the church and the doctor's office that Terrence took. Trying to get my mouse back here. So we'll go through his images here. Yeah, it's like it seems like there are some slave houses that some of these areas kept. Probably this one has more than definitely a lot more than what's at Magnolia Plantation, but they kept some of the history, which is good. I mean, you consider that, we are down south, so the fact that these things all didn't get knocked down is a little bit surprising. And these are images from Luis that we're looking at here. So I give them credit for having that, and they do have some good tours to talk about, what the slaves did when they were here and what they harvested and, where they stayed and, all sorts of stuff. So it's an active part of the, obviously the history, part of the history of down south. And they They didn't wipe the history books clean. Let's put it that way. So you could see some of this history, which I think is important. And these are the hides that their guide set up for them, which is kind of cool. And give me a second to want to make sure I name the person appropriately here. The next ones are from Michael Dries. And, no. So these were the cattle egrets.
Now this was taken in London, right?
No, Florida.
Florida.
Oh, Florida.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So these are all Michael's shots. We got 4 shots. So this is the spoonbill. I love the color in the shot. Gorgeous, gorgeous color. And then
Nice.
he surprised
Nice.
everybody with a bucking bronco shot. And then we had Jeff and Leslie sitting the bluebird and the pileated woodpecker. I love this shot. Beautiful shot. Tack sharp, really nice lighting. And the bee shot. To be or not to be? That is the question. And then we had Roy, the converted nature photographer. Share some photos. We're working on them. The kookaburra. And then they were filming a new episode, Japanese film Mothra, and Roy got Mothra in the image. And then Gustavo was nice enough to quickly put together some images from his recent trip to Texas. And the bird, Randall, the birds don't fly away from Gustavo, so you're going to have to tag team him.
Well, yeah, but he has a good lens. He can be far away. Me,
you know,
a little bitty lens. I have to get closer, and I
gotta stop.
scare 'em.
You can't throw rocks at the birds either. That's like you can't do that.
Only if they poop on me. But yeah,
If they poop on you, yeah. I'll believe you. I've seen people get well, let's just say I've seen people get pooped on, unfortunately. Now we have some images coming up from Martin Hill, the puffins.
yeah, I like those.
We got puffins. I love puffins, man. I'd love to see them in for real. I'd love to see them.
They're like in a cross between a toucan and a penguin.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, some of the images that you typically see on the magazine covers is like what's on the cover of the Nikon magazine there that Gray's puts together. They have a puffin on the cover that has like 4 or 5 fish in its mouth at one time. They're all lined up. They're all like horizontally across the bill, and multiple fish. And that's what always makes the cover of the magazines, is them with the food in their mouth. And these are Terry's shots.
And they lay eggs.
I like the color and the spines there. Those are cool. That's cool. And then he had the 2 versions of this image, the color and the black and white. And
They both look great. Yeah.
Yeah. And then he decided to go. Probably got himself pretty wet, I would think, hiking through the woods here to get this shot. Hopefully, he was wearing waterproof boots or something. And then we had we had the person who's going to be taking over for Tim the Toolman Taylor here. That's on our panel. Randall the Toolman, doing house renovations between painting and power washing and painting
yard
some more and cleaning up and getting a new roof, and then getting a little tipsy and tipping over, and that's because you're too tired, Randall. That's the problem. You're too tired. Then we had Scubarazzi's images where he made the background black and white, which was thinking out of the box, man. And some
Well, he said it snowed, so that's why he made it black and white. But yeah. That day, yeah.
And then you got the underwater shots. He knows that we love the underwater shots.
Oh man, they're just fantastic.
The pygmy seahorses. It's like a seahorse that's got a bad case of the zits,
Exactly.
Got all those pimples to pop, man. And then we'll just fly through mine. Everybody's seen enough of my stuff. We'll just zip through it quick. And that's it. So I thank everybody.
Bravo.
Everybody deserves a round of applause. Great job, everybody, as always. Fantastic images. And, what can I say? I think, I say it every time. My favorite show in a month. When you send these to me, sometimes I'm like, I feel like really privileged because I get to see them first. I get to sit there and I get to drool over them first. Everybody else has to wait a week or so to see them, and it's just a pleasure. It really is a pleasure, and everybody puts their best foot forward, and the diversity of the images. What can one say? What can one say? I mean, it's just trying to minimize my Lightroom here. So very much enjoyed by one and all, I believe. And I will minimize this one as well and bring up some information. A little bit of discussion material, because it is only 12, almost 12:30.
I know. Yeah.
I mean, heaven forbid if we ended the show now, it would be a crushing blow to humanity if we did that. And I thank everybody for supporting the channel. Like I said, I have a steady viewership on my videos that I do, and on the live stream. And I would like to see more female participation. I'd like to see more female photographers. I think the fact that we're all a bunch of old fart males intimidates a lot of women. And believe me, we are the most docile guys you'd ever want to meet. And we're all friendly, and we all love photography. And I wish we could get a more diverse group of photographers. Expand on what we have going on. But the growth of the channel as well as the live stream is pretty flat, with the same loyal supporters, but not a heck of a lot of growth. So that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And I appreciate those of you that take the time to spend it with us, because believe me, none of us are good to look at. So let's face it, you know, I mean, to look at our faces for 5 hours every Saturday, you gotta be a tough person to be able to handle. I'll speak for myself. You got to be tough to handle me for 5 hours, believe me. Um, a few things that did come out. Not a lot of news is it was interesting to hear that the Nikon's latest receipt of their last shipment or their last shipment of 180 600 millimeter lenses is actually earmarked for orders that were placed in September of 2023. Yeah. That is like mind boggling. I mean, I know people that still want to buy that lens. And if they're just filling orders from September of 2023, I would say, even if you don't have the money today, you may be waiting 6 months. You might as well get your name on the list and let somebody know that you want it with your local camera shop or whatever, and get on a list somewhere so that, hey, you can always say you're not, if they call you up and you don't have the money yet and you're not ready to do it, you can always say, I'll have to pass this time. And believe me, they're not going to cry too much because somebody else will be there to buy it. So don't be afraid to get your name on a list. The new, I'm trying to think of what the OWC came out with they call it the Atlas CF Express 4.0 Type B card reader, listed as coming soon, just coming soon on the B&H website. It's going to be basically $100, $99.99. We'll round it up to $100 just so you feel a little worse about it. That's the old salesman gimmick with a car, you know. Get this car for $19,999, and you go, hey, at least it ain't $20,000. Yeah, save you a whole dollar, you know. So 99, it's all marketing, baby. 99.99 sounds better than $100, you know. That's now interesting. The Sigma CEO, they got interviewed, and he hinted that there will be upcoming full frame Sigma lenses for the Nikon Z mount at some point. Right now, they're kicking out 3 APS-C Z mount lenses to kind of test the waters and see how it goes. They're all f1.4 lenses. A 16, a 30, and a 56 millimeter lens is coming out first. The 16 millimeter is going to be $449. The 30 is $349, and the 56 is $449 as well. So that's the price point on those 3 lenses. So depending on how the sales numbers go for those lenses, will either encourage them to do the full frame lenses sooner than later. So it's going to be kind of like, okay, we're throwing these out there. Let's see how they do. And
well, I got those for the Sony, but then I also have the adapter where I use them on the Nikon. They're great, and they're autofocus. So,
yeah. Like I said, there really wasn't much in the rumor department. I don't even have any notes down. I did.
They had the ZH. All right.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I was just going to mention.
Yeah,
that there are some channels that are digging up old rumors talking about the ZH or Z9H or whatever you want to call it, you know, that, oh, you know, Nikon's going to come out with a global sensor camera to compete with the A9 III and yada, yada, yada. And maybe they are, and maybe they aren't. And to be honest with you, I don't care one way or the other. They're going to do what they do. They're going to do it when they do it. I think even though, believe you me, if it wasn't for part of the audience that comes on this show, because it was a big part of when Chuck was doing the show, was to talk about, what do you want to see? what
Exactly.
what are the rumors that are out there or whatnot. If I had my dithers, I wouldn't talk about it at all because it, and the reason being is because one, it gets overdone. One, two, the information sometimes is all over the place, and then you have certain rumor like some, I think the Canon rumor site, they like grade it, they give it a number, so the higher the number, the more stronger they feel that rumor is really true. So if it's a 1, it's like, oh, you never know. If it's a 2 or a 3, it's like, well, it could be some meat to go with those potatoes here. We don't, it could really happen, And it just, to me, it gets old. There's so many people talking about the same thing, and many of them are referencing, if it's Nikon, they're going to reference Nikon rumors because there really aren't a lot of quote unquote Nikon specific rumor channels. Okay, you have Nikon rumors, you got Sony Alpha rumors, you got Canon rumors, you got Fuji rumors. They all have their own lead practitioner of the rumor market, and and it's just like when they had the Nikon shoot on the island. And everybody was like, oh, they're going to be trying out that Z6 III. And they're all talking about it. And they're like, oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, it's coming out tomorrow. Yeah. Boop. We haven't heard nothing about a Z6 III in a couple weeks. All crickets. All quiet. Nothing. Right. And then the funny thing is because of all the talk about it, and I'm guilty of it because I bring it up on the show a little bit. I don't get too crazy about it, but I bring it up. The sad thing is it all gets discussed, whether it be, Grays of Westminster, or whether it's, Verhagen does things about it. Everybody has a thing about it. And then, after a month and nothing happens, then people get mad at Nikon, right? They get mad at them. It's like, oh, what's Nikon doing? What are they doing to us? It's like, we do not have the power as we think we do to tell Nikon what to do. Nikon decided a year ago or more what they were going to be working on. This stuff, anybody who's ever worked in manufacturing, and I spent 40 years working in electronics manufacturing, you don't flip a switch and build any widget in 30 days. It doesn't work that way. Right? Okay. You got to get approved suppliers. You got to get a supplier. You got to have a strong supplier base. You got to have a good marketing department to try to figure out how many parts you want to buy up front. How many parts are you going to buy up front? How that's going to affect your cost. The more parts you buy, the cheaper per item that you produce is going to be. You have the ability to save money on the discount you get for buying volume. But if you overdo it and you release a dud, then you're sitting on a lot of inventory, and then you got to give the product away. Okay, so it's a double-edged sword. So there's a lot of thinking that goes behind the development and the release and the cost structure of any product you buy. A pair of socks, a pair of eyeglasses, a camera, it doesn't matter, right? They all have to go through the same thing. But it does get old after a while, and then you get disappointed, and then you blame the company. You don't blame the rumor guys. You don't blame me or for propagating it a little bit because people want to hear about it, right? So you got to talk about it a little bit. But it does get frustrating, and then all of a sudden, like the high speed Z camera. That came out months ago, and now all of a sudden, somebody throws a video out and talks about it again, like, oh yeah, like making you in your mind once again, making you think it's going to happen tomorrow. And if it does, great, for the people that can benefit from that technology, because some could use it, right? Some could use it, others don't need it, right? It all depends on what you do. There's no right, no wrong, as you know, as some people say, whatever fits your use case. Everybody's use case is different, right? Um, so we don't know about that. And then there was a video out talking about supposedly the incredible number of Fuji, the new Fuji camera, 6th generation, some crazy high sales pre-sale numbers or something, which were so incredibly high. I find it hard to believe that they're true. So why bring it up? Why talk about it? I don't know. But you never know. But whatever. If it's high, good for Fuji, man. I don't have nothing against Fuji. I like Fuji cameras. Okay. I almost bought a Fuji camera years ago. I almost bought a Fuji camera for a street photography camera. If the ZFC didn't come out, followed by the ZF, and let's say Nikon left that market alone, didn't pursue coming out with a camera that really is like a retro-y camera with that ties in well with street photography, or like that, I wouldn't have ruled out buying a Fuji camera for a street photography camera, or using one of my vintage cameras. Although I don't want to take a ton of film photos. I don't mind doing some, but I don't want to that's all I'm going to start doing is taking film photos for street photography. I mean, it's so I probably would have bought a Fuji at some point in time, and I like all I do like their attempt at using the different film simulations that they put in the camera, and they have so many now. And you don't want to use them, you don't use them. But people use simulations. They buy the certain person's Skittle package, and they use that on their photos in Lightroom or whatever. They see the rain, catch the rainbow or whatever, right? I got the Skittles that I'm using. But there isn't much else to really talk about.
Well, the issue is they will come, correct? This financial year for Nikon will end. They had to bring something, and we do know that they do 1.5 cameras on average per year and about 6 to 7 lenses. That is at least not a forecast based on what we know, but just the trend. Okay.
So I think I'm more interested in new lenses, small pancake lenses, like for street photography and stuff. I wouldn't mind a 16 millimeter full frame.
Well, I think they're, I wish they would make up their mind if they're going, well, how do I want to, there are, and I don't think it's there's only 10 people that would buy it. That's not true. There's a market for a professional grade APS-C camera. There are some people that hate APS-C cameras. And I'm saying, why do you hate APS-C cameras? Okay. And do you run around saying I hate micro four thirds cameras? Okay. The sensor on a micro four thirds is smaller than an APS-C camera. So obviously if you hate an APS-C camera, then you must really, really hate a micro four thirds camera, right? Made by Panasonic or Olympus, right? You must really hate those brands, or, it makes no sense to me. Like I said, everybody has a different use case. Everybody has a different budget. Everybody has a different price point. Okay. The choice is good. And I just wish Nikon would make up their mind whether they're going to go that route or not, because, they don't have a good selection of DX lenses. Okay. So, I don't want to use this word on the air. So they used to say blank or get off the pot. Okay. You could fill in the blank or get off the pot. Decide what you're going to do, and just do it. Let people know what you're going to do. And
the full frame lenses work well with the APS-C, so you get no vignetting. But I got the 12 to 28. I use some of the Sigma lenses from Sony on the camera, but the kit lens, did they have another lens also? I think they had a third lens. Oh yeah, the 50 to 250, right? They had a 16 to 50.
The thing is, you get the crop factor. So if you wanted really 12 millimeters on your DX camera, you're not going to get it because you're going to have that 1.5 crop factor or a 1.4 crop factor, depending on what camera brand you're talking about. And so some people want the DX lenses so they could get a true 10 millimeter field of view on their DX camera, or their APS-C DX camera, or 12 millimeters or 18 millimeters or whatever. But I don't know. Decide what you're going to do, because you got some gaps in the lens lineup. You need to have, if you're talking full frame, if you're talking APS-C, you got a lot of gaps in your lineup. If you're gonna be in that market, or did you give up the market because that's all Fuji does, with the exception of medium format? But medium format isn't a huge market, so you got to say most of their market is APS-C. So are you giving up that market to Panasonic, Fuji, and Olympus? But between APS-C and Micro Four Thirds, so you no, we don't want to go there, which is fine if you decide that, but let the public know, because if you're not going to do that, then you still have some fast primes. You still, some people want that 35 1.2. Where's the 35 1.2? Are you going to come out with some faster wide angle zooms that are maybe 12 to 18 millimeters or something like that, or some like you had the as David Stewart mentioned, he has I think it's the 8 to 15 F mount, which is it's a 180 circular at the 8 millimeter range, and when you go and zoom it out to 15, then it's a rectangular image, which is very, very nice to have that. So you're going to come out with a Z version of that. So there's that handful of products that you're waiting on. And I watched the Gray's show from Thursday. I didn't get to watch it till today. And so I left them a comment after the fact, because the people were saying, why didn't they update the Z9 firmware before they updated the Z8 firmware? Because they should have, everybody gets it as why did the Z8 get this and it's not on the Z9 yet? And I just left a comment. I personally think that this is my guess. I got no inside information. I got this inside. It's inside of me. That's the information. Take it or leave it. My gut is that the next firmware update for the Z9 might be a major firmware update that encompasses the few things that the Z8 has that aren't in the Z9, but it's going to go well beyond that. And the reason I'm assuming that is because if you've got a major firmware update coming out for the Sony A1, Nikon's going to want to steal the thunder from whatever they put in the Sony A1, and they're going to want to up the ante further and come out with some more features that we do not expect, so that they can stay at or near the top of the food chain when it comes to their high-end model camera. Okay, so it would not surprise me if one reason why you're not seeing 2 weeks later the Z9 came out with a firmware update to put some of those features in it is they might have more planned to go in the Z9 than what they just put into the Z8, because they got to compete with the A1. They got to compete. They're even in many ways competing with the A9 III as well. One may not think so, but the whether it be the high end Canon or the A1 is their own competition against the A9 III in many ways, because you don't have rolling shutter problems with the A1 or the Z9. And if you say they have a problem, prove it to me, because I haven't seen anybody that has shown me an image that looks horrible shot with an A1 or a Z9 when it comes to distortion of fan blade spinning or propeller blade spinning or curved golf clubs when the guy swings to hit the ball. Our own Ronald Pollard, who has been on the show, has shared pictures he's taken with the Z9 at the PGA Tour events, and the golf clubs are not. They don't look like fish hooks. Okay, they look like they should. So, so I think the Z9 in some respects does compete with the A9 III as well. Some things it can't do because without the global shutter, other things it can do as well. Some things it can do better. It has a lower base ISO. It has, it's going to be less noisy. It has some advantages in certain areas. So, but it's not. I don't think the Z9 is considered as a niche camera as much as the A9 III, or if Nikon came out with a high-speed Z9 or whatever, that would also it would be a niche camera just like the A9 III is. I'm not going to give Nikon a pass and say, oh, well, if Nikon did it, it would be. I'm not going to say, oh, if Nikon comes out with a global shutter, it's a general purpose camera because it's a Nikon. No, it's going to have the same limitations. It's going to have the same specific benefits to specific genres that the A9 III does. It's not going to be any, for some reason, miraculously different. So I don't know. I think the sales numbers on the A9 III are disappointing. They have them in stock. Okay. Did you have an A1 in stock? Didn't you not have a waiting list for an A1? A long waiting list for an A1? A long waiting list, or stock ran out quick on the Z9? Sure you did. They don't have out of stock situations on the A9 III right now. Okay. And part of that is because of the niche. I think part of that is because of the cost. And I think part of it is because there are a few things that I think what people would be, what I would be afraid of, even if Nikon came out with one, it would be like the same generation level as the A9 III in terms of the technology. And even if I wanted one, I probably wouldn't buy one. And the main reason would be I would be afraid that 1 year later, the next iteration of a global shutter would come out and make that first camera look like a piece of garbage, that it would be so much better. And if that were to happen, and it very well could, if that were to happen, a year and a half, 2 years max later, the next generation comes out and it is far superior to the other camera. One, you're going to get mad that you jumped on the ship early. And two, you're going to be even madder because if the other one is that much better, you're going to get absolute crap if you try to get rid of your camera. Nobody's going to buy it from you. They're going to say, why do I want to buy that? I want that second generation. It's 10 times better than the first. So it isn't always good as a consumer when you decide to be the lab rat because you could really get screwed in the end, because technology, we know, is changing so fast. You know, whether it be computers or cameras, you blink your eyes and everything's all of a sudden different.
But then on the firmware issue, correct? The fact that we got now the CA with some features that are not in the C9. I mean, who cares, correct? I mean, that tells you there is an evolution in the software, correct? There were some features that first appear in the CF. Now some of those appear in the C8.
Yeah,
There
I
will
don't,
be
I
like-
don't, I don't think they're meant to be traveling on the same exact road.
Exactly.
They're on the road, right? And then they hit the fork in the road, and one takes that path and one takes the other path. A little, but
Well,
they were on the main road for a long time, and then they
Well,
kind of go out a little, and then they'll come back a little bit. They're going to be
And-
close. They're going to have some differences between the two, because you got to have a difference between a $5,500 camera body and a $4,000 camera body.
Well, and also they do realize that with all the rumor channels and news channels, correct? They need to keep it. They need to keep feeding the beast, correct? So if they release all the software at the same time, they don't have as much impact as if they release it. You know, every now and then they create a new wave of needs and anxiety, correct? So I'm perfectly happy that that there was no C9, but when the C9 comes, we will celebrate it if it comes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that with the Z9, and if you know, everybody wants to get in the Z9 versus Z8 debate, you know, they're both in the same family. I think it all depends on. There are hardware differences, okay? There are definitive hardware differences, and we all know what they are. You know, the types of memory cards, the buffer capability, buffer speed is with the Z9, the built-in drive, okay. The extra, because of the bigger size, you get more function buttons, okay. So it's obvious from a physical standpoint that there are certain things that higher capacity battery, you know, you could there's a whole list of things. So you got to decide. You go and you put the battery grip on the Z8, you tack on $500, you're at 4,500. So you got to ask yourself, is the Z9 worth $1,000 difference? And then if you take the viewpoint of what can I get the Z9 for refurbed, and they've had the Z9 refurbed for like $4,000, then you can get it at basically at the same price as a Z8. And it has the grip, it has the motor drive built in and all those other features. So then you got to say, yeah, it's a refurb, but hey, I got the warranty, you know. Then it becomes more of a decision on size and weight, right? Size and weight, ergonomics, size and weight. Do you not want a camera that weighs that much? Way too much for you? You travel a lot. You want a lighter kit. You want a lighter body, because you're not going to be suffering with, if you're a bird photographer, you're not going to be sitting there crying over autofocus performance, right? That's not going to be a problem. If you don't shoot 8K, which I argue probably 98% of the people never will, you don't care, right? The video is more than competent on the Z8. Most people are not shooting 2 hours straight and sitting there saying, "Oh, my camera got hot, my battery's dead." You know, most people are shooting
5 minutes.
1 minute clip, 5-minute clip, 30-second clip, putting it together. To me, I'm an old school guy. If you want to shoot for like forever, go buy a dedicated movie camera. Just go buy a dedicated movie camera. Okay. I mean, everybody just thinks that a hybrid camera needs to be like a full-fledged movie camera. No, people are. You think people that are doing movies are they got anything sitting there that's less than 20 grand that they're using to film with? 20, 30, $40,000. Okay. Don't think that a hybrid camera is going to compete with a high-end video camera. It's doing darn well for the price point. You can't complain about what it can do for the price point and for your average consumer and YouTube content creator or TikTok creator, more than you'll ever need, more than you ever need. Things are going to constantly change, but like you said, cameras are like automobiles, right? If you sit on your laurels and you don't make any changes at all, it's not a huge market like it used to be, right? You'll get stagnant. Your sales will drop everybody's sales would drop like a tank, and they'd be out. You'd have all these camera companies out of business. You'd have half of them would be out of business.
Exactly.
So you have to come out with a feature or a slew of features, or that reignite the spark and get people to want to part with their money again or trade in their last version and buy that new camera, or the camera companies will all just die. And no different than a car manufacturer.
Exactly.
You like that new feature in the new cars that you can't get, that you don't have in your car, and you're willing to pay the money to get it. They made the car sexier looking. They made the car safer. They put in like a sound system that would knock you on your keister, and nobody else has, or whatever, and it makes you want to buy that new widget. I mean, we all like our toys, and we all have different toys, right? Whether it be motorcycles, cars, cameras, audio visual equipment, stereos, TVs, and the list goes on and on. So Gustavo, my question for you is what is your next journey? What is your next trip? What do you want to do next? We talked about Iceland a little bit.
That's further down the road, but immediately here is the one that I'm planning two things. One is to go to Texas for the clips. So that I'm going to go by road. So I have a hotel already in Dallas, which by the way, still hotels available in Dallas. So it's not like the great eclipse of 2017 that was difficult to get any accommodation. There is still accommodation available, and there is still, you still can buy filters. So that's one. and also in March, there is some migration north of the Sandhill Cranes. So I'm thinking I'm going to see if I can get a couple of days in Nebraska. By the way, that April eclipse, which is
April 8th. Yeah,
April 8th. So that means that weekend I'm going to be traveling. So the Saturday probably I will be on the road. But anyway, so that's the immediate thing. So further down the road, I'm still thinking about Costa Rica and then Iceland. So, but those are a little bit more complex. But immediately here, March, April will be Nebraska and then back into Texas. Okay. So I'm going by road, so I may have to stop a couple of places, check a couple of locations.
So well. Randall, what's on your wish list once you finish up your little projects and you take them you recover from the projects? What types of travel and areas do you want to go to?
Well, I'm going to visit some friends in Miami, Florida. Be there for about a week. I want to go to the Epcot Center. I've never been there.
No.
I'm going to My sister, who lives in Colorado Springs, Colorado, is right by Pikes Peak, and they have a national cemetery there now. So they're going to turn my stepdad and my mom there, and if I like it, I'll be buried there with my wife.
Okay.
So, but that's two. I'd like to go to California. I want to go to Hawaii. I've never been to Maine. I've been to Alaska. I would like to go to Canada. I'd like to go to Australia, New Zealand. I know Roy says, "Nah, forget New Zealand. Just go to Australia."
Yeah, but they have more sheep in New Zealand. If you want to get pictures of sheep, you go to New Zealand. If you want to get kangaroos, you go to Australia. But if you want to go to New Zealand, you got sheep and lots of sheep.
So Randall, around that area in Orlando, that's when these photos were taken that we saw today. Those wonderful pictures of birds.
That's right.
Certainly, if you want to practice with tame birds, for sure.
Yeah. Well, they have one tame bird at the flower gardens here in San Antonio, Botanical Gardens, and it's a crane. And he never flies away. He just stays there by the water. He's the only bird there, and everybody's always taking a picture. Sometimes he gets tired. He goes into the flowers to hide. But it's hilarious.
My wife hides all the time when I take my camera out. If you said, "Where's photos?" If my kids go, "Where's photos of mom?" I go, "You don't have a mom anymore. She won't let me take her picture ever." So and being the photographer, I don't have pictures of me. So I says, "Well, if I'm ever in a casket and you want to put a picture of me next to the casket, good luck finding one. You're gonna put our wedding picture next to me," and it's like, he don't look anything like that. They go, "Who's that guy?"
So Pikes Peak, Randall, it's you have the road all the way up to the top of the mountain, correct? So, but they open late in the season, like in June, July.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the road is closed.
But the cemetery is at the foot of Pikes Peak.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So it's a new national cemetery for veterans.
Oh.
And I'm interested. I was thinking of being Fort Sam, but I've always liked Colorado. I lived there for 13 years of my life. So,
okay.
But my wife, she's already been cremated, but I still have her ashes there. I would hate to put her in a cemetery because I get to see her every day when I come home or whatever. If you go to the cemetery, how many times you go to see a cemetery? Me personally, I would like to buy top of a foothill, put a bench there in memory of Randall and Julie Pranker. Enjoy the view.
Exactly.
I like that a lot better than, and they can bury my ashes anywhere.
Exactly.
Put it in a flower pan, just water it now and then.
Well, if it's like, what's that movie, Meet the Parents? The vase falls.
Oh yeah,
or
the cat
sweep you up and throw you in with the kitty litter or whatever, right?
And as you know, Randall, Colorado Springs, for the view, Garden of the Gods and all that area is so gorgeous.
Yes. So Garden of the Gods, the Red Rock Amphitheater.
Mm-hmm.
Been there many times. But my favorite thing when I was living in Denver, I would take I-70 to Buffalo Bill's grave. And it's always on Sunday morning because that's the only time where you don't see any smog and you're looking back at the city of Denver.
Exactly.
But, I have a lot of great memories. I have relatives living there. So the nice thing is where I want to go and visit, I know people, I have friends, I have relatives. I'm going back to Chicago. I would like to go to New York. So, I have friends in New Jersey.
That's what retirement
for. Rhode Island, Maine, New Hampshire. I would love to go up there. Yeah.
That's what retirement is for. But anyway, so you have a task for the clips. So
Right.
you said that you have
I can go to the Alamo and watch it there. They have
That's
a whole bunch of people already set up, with their cameras and stuff.
So did you get the filters for your camera or not?
I have filters, but I don't know what lens I'm going to use though.
Well, but
What are they saying? They recommend like an 18 stop ND, right?
exactly. So
Right.
So I bought a second one. Correct. So
Okay.
that I got is this one.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what cameras you have on your chair back there. What was it?
No, okay, so for if you want to go and take a close up of the eclipse. So
Okay.
I mean something like 400 millimeter. Your 100 to 400 that you have already, correct?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That for if you want to photograph the corona, correct? That's
Okay.
more than enough. Now that photo will be interesting for you to get or for anybody to get because it's your own photo, correct? It's your own photo, but the photos are going to look all the same, correct? Because
Okay.
everybody will be doing the same photo.
Yeah.
So that's one style of photo. It's good to have it, but watch it. I think the most important thing is watching that area where you have totality. I think in your area, depending on where you are, it's going to be 3 minutes. So it's 3 minutes of being in another world, correct? So enjoy the 3 minutes. Take your photos of the corona. So for the corona, you need you need a zoom, correct? 400 millimeters. I would probably take the 600 millimeters. So this is a. I think this is a 16 stop.
What is that? A polarizer or what?
No, it's a neutral density filter.
Okay.
So this is a 16 stop because that's what you need.
Okay.
Correct? But that's not for totality. When the totality happen, you can take this off, and that's when you take the photo without any, just like taking a photo of the moon because there is no light. So the 3 minutes, but before, as the eclipse progresses, you have to use this neutral density, 16 stop, more than 14 stop, you should be okay, and you still can buy this in B&H, and I'm sure you're. So you buy one of those, that's good. Now the other alternative, that requires a little bit more planning, correct? Is to take a photo that has a foreground, let's say the Alamo, I don't know whether that, okay? And then in the back, you see all this multi-exposure of the different phases of the eclipse or the totality. So that's, for that you need a wide angle, correct?
Right. So
Now,
if you're going to have two approaches.
I was thinking of the 20 millimeter.
You might want to have two cameras.
Exactly.
One with a wide angle lens on it with the ND, one with either a zoom, a long zoom, or a telephoto lens on it with an ND, and you capture both methodology, both approaches. You have a good foreground element, and then you have the eclipse somewhere in the image, or you also have I got a big enough image of the event in my viewfinder where I don't have to crop the heck out of it,
exactly.
And so you got two different approaches to that subject matter that you can and you'd be best off not switching lenses because you have that sliver of time. You got to have two camera bodies with two different lenses on it.
And we know, Randall, you have plenty of camera bodies. That's not a problem.
That's right.
Yes.
You can have a table and you have like 5. Obviously, if you're in a public space, obviously you have to watch out, correct? But if you are photographing for your house, you can bring them all. They have them ready, But watch it because I think the most important thing is enjoying it, correct? So that but for sure, I mean, now that your house is all nice and painted, you can take your house on the cliffs behind. but you need to figure out also where the eclipse is going to happen, because I think your area is probably like 11 o'clock or something. I can give you more details, but it's all online. You can find out what is the pass of totality, the 3 minutes around your house. But I think certainly you have a unique opportunity. You don't have to travel. You don't have to get stuck in traffic, because the traffic before and after is a nightmare. My son, when we did that eclipse in 2017, correct? I actually went with an RV like a couple of days before, camping the RV, set up camp there and enjoy some. Actually, I drive the RV and my wife drove the Jeep, so we could move around. So it was wonderful. Not that I'm an RV kind of guy, but it was wonderful for that. But my son tried to, because he was still in university here, he tried to go the day before to the location. It took them a whole day from Denver to Wyoming, and that's,
Oh man, yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
we were kind of halfway between Casper and Cheyenne and
25, right?
and
Interstate
25
Yeah.
where I went. So it took a whole day, and coming back, it took a whole day. Now in the Dallas area, there is a lot more roads in Texas, so I don't think it's going to be that nightmarish type of situation, correct? And then of course good weather. We need good weather.
Well, you see, the last eclipse we had, it was cloudy and I had to go like 5 miles to the west in order to get a clear sky. And I was in the middle of the parking lot. People were watching me with my camera and the tripod and stuff. And I said, "What are you doing?" And then they said, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was a different type of eclipse, correct? This is
Yeah.
that was an annular eclipse. This is
that was with the moon. Just
it's not big enough to cover
Yeah.
the entire disk of the
Right.
sun. So that one you cannot watch with your eyes. But this
Yeah.
one that they're coming now, I mean, which is totality, during those 3 minutes, everything is. I mean, in the middle of the day it gets dark. So
Yeah.
that is an experience, right? So actually, I find out that a lot of people here that frequent the channels, because we have been talking about, have been traveling quite a bit to see eclipses in different parts of the world. So once you watch one, you get hooked, correct? So be prepared. The other thing is, if you buy one of these, Randall, and I send you the details, because
Okay.
I got two. This came a couple of days ago, so I have two for the different.
Well, where'd you get it from? Manorama, or did you buy it
This
used?
was from B&H.
Okay.
But this is for the big glass, so this is 95
Right.
millimeter. So it's good to have like a 95 millimeter and a 77 millimeter, correct? So you don't have to fiddle too much. And they're still available, and you can still buy them and get them in time. But you have to practice, because obviously you put 16 stop in any situation except when you try to see the sun, you're not going to see anything, correct? so you the good thing is to buy one of these in time, and you practice to take some photos of the sun, not before the eclipse. Hopefully, I don't know whether there is any sunspot, but if you can, practice focusing on the sun, see whether you can identify sunspots or anything like that. Okay.
So what stop do you usually do it at? F16, 22, or what?
No. I remember that. Let's say that your lens is an f4. You may stop after putting the filter. You may stop one stop from the original. All the light is get basically consumed by the neutral density filter, right?
Okay.
Yeah, you may be at probably at infinity focusing, and in your depth of field is not going to be a big problem. You could shoot it. You could shoot it. You could shoot at f8, you'd be fine.
Exactly. Stop down just so you can get the best of the light.
At f16, f22, you could be at f8, f10.
Exactly.
And you're going to be fine, because you're going to be zoomed out. You're going to be focused at infinity.
Exactly. So you stop down just to get better quality, but so stop down one stop 1.5 top. That's enough, right?
Okay, so what brand is that? Is that a ProMaster? Is it a Haida or
So
is it a
this one is
Token?
a Tiffin, Tiffin.
Tiffin. Yeah, Tiffin.
Okay. What's that? At 77 millimeter?
So this is a 95 because that's for the 400.
Oh,
for the
95. Okay.
yeah, but typically, so I have a 95 and a 77 millimeter, right? With that, and
Yeah. So I see the Haida for about $138.
exactly that's what they
Yeah,
go
it's a
for.
20. Yeah.
Obviously, 60 stop is something that you're going to use multiple times, but if you buy, then later on, if there is a transit of business or something going across this, that's pretty interesting too. You can photograph that as well. Okay?
Okay.
But that's, and the other thing, Randall, what during all this, if you can buy them or get them, it could be the cheaper ones or something more sophisticated to use on eye, eye protection, like welding glasses.
Right.
If you have welding glasses, because when you're working, correct, you need to take you want to see the sun. You have to put the welding glasses. You can see the sun. When you want to work in the camera and preparation, then you work. You take your welding glasses off. But it's important to have also glassware that allows you to see. Now, during totality, you take the filters off. And Jeff, it will be nice for this to be magnetic, and I'm sure you get the magnetic. These are
Right.
all.
I've seen. Yeah.
These are all just require screwing. So that means that when totality happen, you need to make sure that you can screw them fast. So don't tie them up. Although what I do is I carry for this situation one of those little gadgets that allows you to take
Like a wrench.
like
Oh,
a
yeah.
wrench, the wrench for a filter, because that's definitely what can happen. You tighten up and then
Yeah.
at the right moment you cannot get it off, and that's
But
bad.
the problem with I've switched to mostly magnetic now
Yeah.
because if you were like you got something like that happen once in a lifetime type of thing happening
Exactly.
and you're sitting there, it's going to be so easy for you to cross thread.
Exactly.
Screw up your lens. You're going to be like, you're going to be like trying to put the filter on and you cross thread it. You go, oh crap, I just wrecked the threads on my lens, and you're going to just get the magnetic one, stick it on, done, take it, pop it off, done. I mean,
Yeah. So I went.
So you
for
don't
the
you don't use a lens hood then if you're going to use a filter. Just keep that off.
you can put
Because
your
you'll be
lens.
looking right
you
at
can
the
leave a
sun. It
hood on
wouldn't
it
matter
if
anyway.
you want. But
Yeah, but remember that the critical time is those 3 minutes, correct? So
Right.
it is basically being able to quickly take your lens hoods and
Take
your
the lens hood
filter
off.
off during the 3 minutes. Enjoy your photography, whatever type, close up, and of course then when you do the close up of the corona, which is that's amazing just to see it with your eyes. But that's what I say. And that's what I did last time. A lot of photos, I saw it with my eye. This time I'm going to be less photo and more seeing it with my eyes, and perhaps with the is bracket, correct? Because you want to capture, and that we don't know, correct? You want to capture as much detail on the corona as possible. Sometimes you see those what they call mass ejection plumes from the sun, and those you can photograph at the perimeter of the sun. Okay, and also one thing that I didn't know is that remember the air, the Earth is reflecting light on the moon. Correct. So the moon is not it will not be a completely dark area. It has what we call earth shine. So the earth will still project light onto the moon, and then you see the corona. And if you work with a lot of bracketing, you can see detail of the craters and everything in the moon. It's not so there is way to do it this that you can see details in the moon, the corona, maybe a mass ejection as well. So doing some bracketing, but the best for this type of thing, because you only have 3 minutes, is to practice. Okay.
Okay.
So practice, get your bracketing set up ready. Go watch it. Take the filter off. Take the bracketing sequence of the corona. Enjoy it. Then put again your filter for the other side of Exactly. Correct? Having the 2 cameras or the 3 cameras.
Yeah, one with an ND filter, maybe the wide.
Exactly.
But
But the fact that you don't have to travel, correct? I had to
yeah,
from here to Dallas, 12 hours, correct? You know that, correct? So
Some of the comments in the chat are bracket. It's supposed to be a comet that's going to be near occurring at the same time, or that you might be able to get. Roy says if you lose the lens hood, you lose some contrast. So
yeah,
another reason to use magnetic filters if you can, because you could pop it on and off quick.
exactly.
Where if you got to thread it, now you got to take the lens hood off, thread it, unthread it, put the lens hood back on. If it's magnetic,
well, now I've seen magnetic where you can change the.
Well, for the polarized.
yeah, but you don't need to rotate it if it's an ND.
Okay.
No. This
All
is
Only a circular polarizer is the only one that and you're not going to use a circular polarizer for this.
Right.
Just use an ND. You just drop it on and
exactly.
Okay.
and when you
I don't have
need
a.
it,
I
take
don't
it
use
off.
a magnetic system for filters like Jeff uses, correct? So, but the time to buy is now, because the closer that it gets there,
It'll be sold out. Yeah.
it will be sold out.
Yeah. Other comments on some earlier discussion points, and Roy makes good points, and I don't want to lose them. Is let me back up a little bit. Okay, he's saying kind of like what I said. Next gen of the A9 III might be a great camera. And a comment: those that live on the edge of technology may be sacrificed upon it. I like that one.
Sacrificial lamb.
Yeah. Z6 III should be the child of the Z6 II and the ZF. Hopefully, with 2 U. Roy really wants those 2 USB ports bad. He says Nikon's naughty pushing pixel shift. Yeah, I think that's it's a nice to have, but its usage is selective. I'll use my term selective.
Imagery.
Yeah.
Let's see. What else we got here? Roy says New Zealand has a hobbit infestation.
That's right. They still have that up, by the way. So
here's the concern. You don't want to fry a sensor on your
Right.
camera, which you won't if you have the ND filter on. If you accidentally aim it at it without it, you will cause permanent harm to your camera. There's no doubt about that.
Well, the next moon mission, they're going to have what? Nikon? Well, they already have it at Space Center, but the Z9s. I didn't know their radiation affected that. So that too.
Yeah. So it's you're gonna have a lot of people in your neck of the woods, Randall. You'll be like, what the heck? All of a sudden we're a tourist place.
Exactly.
What's going on? You're gonna know what Myrtle Beach feels like
in summer.
You talk about more than 10 million people come here to visit. 15 million people come here to visit a year, something crazy like that. My God, it's like you're surrounded by an ant colony all the time. I mean, it's just so many people down here, and there's so many people now that live down here, and they just keep on knocking down trees and making more houses. That's all they do.
And they're doing that here too. And you have to work. Do you have any water shortage or anything for drinking water? I know Colorado's having a big trouble.
No, we haven't had that because obviously being right near the water, we get tropical storms, we get hurricanes, sometimes we get a tornado now and then that gets spawned off normally it's a water spout and it comes ashore. So we have that happen. We actually had tornadoes in the wintertime this year. We had basically a tropical storm that came in the wintertime, and it spawned off some tornadoes. and a few of them were caused damage within 5 miles of my house. 5 miles of my house. So, it's
So, Randall, the other thing that you need to watch if you are under a tree or something like that, watch the shadows of the light that's coming from through the leaf into the pavement because the shadows before totality, they also have like a crescent moon shape, which is weird, right? We don't see shadows of light that comes through trees to have any shape. It's just a blob. Now these ones have basically the space between the leaf functions like a pinhole, and it creates an image of the sun, and it's because the sun is around, but it has a crescent shape. You will see those projected in the floor. So it's a lot of interesting stuff that happened before the 3 minutes, during the 3 minutes, and after that. Okay? So keep an eye on those too.
If you ever talk about an event where, as the saying goes, timing is everything, this is it.
Exactly.
Timing is everything. You can say that about bird photography too. Timing is everything. Some people say, well, I didn't get anything good today. I go, yeah, but you know what? You would get nothing if you weren't here. Right? So if you're not there, you're not going to get any pictures.
Exactly.
So you got to show up, and some days are going to be, pretty bad. But then, man, when you have a good day, you're like, pinch me. Oh my God.
And the beauty of this one, Jeff, is that, as you know, it goes all the way through Mexico, then again to Texas. It continues in a little bit of Kansas and Illinois and then Ohio and into Canada. I mean, it's basically, wow. I don't know what is the percentage of the population in the United States that have access to this one, but there's a lot of people that can watch it. Right? But it's only on that narrow totality, which is only like 20 miles, 30 miles wide, right? That you need to be on. So you need to check on the map.
Well, it's over San Antonio.
I know, but but San Antonio is big, correct? We were talking about. So you need to make sure that San Antonio, that your house is in the middle of the totality, correct?
Let's see. All right, let's put.
Don't hold up any magnifying glasses.
Yeah.
I want to see it bigger. You hold up the magnifying glass and burn a hole right through your head. I'll tell you a funny one, and I don't know. I could do a video on this. I probably won't because I could. With my sense of humor, I could do it, but I'm going to reserve myself. But I could rag on all the camera lens manufacturers. Because something it's kind of like, what was that guy that Andy Rooney, when he was on 60 Minutes, he says, what really bothers me about this, and that kind of thing. I could do one of those. What really bothers me about manuals? What really bothers me about manuals? Let me tell you what bothers me about manuals. You get a manual that says it's a user's manual. What's in this manual? I'll tell you, absolutely nothing. Nothing in that user manual. Oh, don't look through your camera at the sun. Don't put your camera in a hot car too long. It might not be a good idea. Oh, we're going to tell you how to clean your lens. A lot of really great information. But you know what's not in the user manuals anymore? You don't even get a picture of the lens. You get the manual. There's not even a picture of the lens. It doesn't show you, gee, this is the control ring. This is your function button. This is your 77 millimeter thread for your filters. This is, nothing. You get a piece of paper that is might as well use it for toilet paper. That's what it's good for. And it's called a user's manual. Well,
And it's probably in a different language too.
There's 15 different languages.
Yeah. Okay.
So the part of this that you could actually read and understand is like one column, and that's it. The rest is the 15 other languages that you have no clue, right? So that's my complaint about the user's manual nowadays. Now, I keep all the manuals for everything I've ever bought. So if I go back and I look at a user's manual for an F-mount lens, I'm going to see a picture of the lens. I'm going to see arrows with circles, arrows with balloons, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. I'm going to have an index, what all those things mean. If there's a switch on that camera body, it's going to tell me what the switch does. It's going to tell me why I want it in sport mode or why I want it in normal mode. And now they make the mistake. They make the mistake of thinking that everybody's got a computer. Not every old fart like me has a computer. If you don't have a computer, you have to be able to go on the website and you have to look at the reference manual. Okay. So you could get a 6-page user's manual, which doesn't do you any good, or you go online and you download the reference manual that might be 26 pages long, of which the first page is a duplicate of what's in this, talking about safety. And if you've never read the safety stuff on a lens lately, read it once so that you could have a good laugh about how bad things are. No lie. You go in a reference manual on a lens, and some of the lenses, are heavy and big, and they got the hookups to hook up a lens strap, right? There's actually verbiage that says, warning, don't put the strap around your neck and twist it. It might cause a problem, something to that effect. It's like, okay, so somebody tried to strangle themselves or did strangle themselves by putting the camera strap or a lens strap around their neck and decide to tighten it up and off themselves. So now you have to put it in a manual to tell people, don't be a total dip blankety blank. Don't try to strangle yourself with the camera strap. I mean, some of the safety stuff would just like blow you away. So if you
it's like the California law. It probably causes cancer too. So that if it's sold in California, the strap part probably causes cancer.
It's you could do I could do an Andy Rooney skit on the uselessness of the user's manuals. Now they're total crap. They mean nothing. Don't even put them in the box. You're so damn cheap. You can't afford to print out the whole manual for somebody. Not everybody has a computer. Like I said, imagine buying a Z8 or a Z9 and not having a computer. How would you ever figure out how to use it?
Prime example, a printer. You Canon, Hewlett Packard, you can't get the manual. You have to get online. You got to set your name and password in order to read the manual, and they want you to buy their ink or whatever. My stepmother does not have the internet, and she doesn't know how to figure out how to copy, how to print. I had to show her, but she doesn't retain it. She'll write it down, lose the paper, and then she's calling me again. It says, look, I told you this last time. So come out and show me again.
So, Mr.
Moz
Jeff,
Man says he's never used the Moz Man. How are you? Never used the Nikon straps because the manual made me afraid of them. Yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's just give people something that, well, in the old days when CDs were actually handy, you'd get a CD, and when you bought something, you could put it in your computer, and all the information would be on the CD. But like I said, there are a lot of people my age. I know when my father-in-law was my age, and my brother-in-law, who worked for IBM, got him a computer, set it up in the house. This was back in the AOL days, and he could never, he could write everything down step by step on a piece of paper. And my father-in-law would be calling him up every time he went to use that computer. Now what do I got to do? What? Click what? And he couldn't hear too well. What? What'd you say? Do what? Eventually, my brother-in-law just took the computer out of the house and just said,
Yeah.
You don't need a computer. You don't need a computer." But
so, Mr. Jeff, are you going to give your impressions of this?
well,
third anniversary.
okay. Well, you probably noticed something a little strange on the top of my book.
Put yourself big.
I totally reorganized all my gear. All my camera stuff. So I've got my F-mount lenses and cameras here, with the exception of my D850, which is getting repaired.
Okay.
That's going to go here. The motor drive is sitting on the shelf right here.
Mm-hmm.
Then I got my Z mount under that.
Okay.
Then I've got, let me tilt my screen. You like the sound effects? Squeaky screen. Then I've got
Put some oil.
Then on the third shelf down, I've got my
Film cameras.
rangefinder cameras. Then if you go up here on this shelf, I've got medium format cameras and old cameras like brownies, stuff like that. Then the next shelf down, I have SLR cameras, Petri, Minolta, Konica, Olympus, Fujica, whatever. Then the shelf down below that, which is a little dark, I could crank up the light, but
Was that point and shoot down there? Looks like
I
point and shoot.
got a few point and shoots down the bottom. A Fujifilm, a Nikon Coolpix, an Olympus, and various light meters and flashes and stuff like that. And then
How do you like gold picks? No.
But what I did was, I used to have that backdrop when I did the show. Before I had the shelves, I had the photo, the blue material for that you'd use for doing portraits.
Okay.
I have that folded over the back.
Okay.
Right.
So now when I'm not doing the show, I drop it down. I keep the dust from getting on everything, because I had to dust clean everything the other day. I
Wow.
spent all day cleaning lenses, camera bodies, the shelves, everything. And I said, the heck with this. Either I got to put glass panel on it, or the cheapest thing is I just get that
Tarp.
basically. I drop it down when the show's over and the dust doesn't get in there. But
So how do the
speaking of that book, to get back to your point with the book,
exactly why?
I've read about a third of the book.
Okay.
It's not a lot of reading because mostly pictures. Now I love picture books because I'm not a good reader, right? So it's a pop-up book would have been better. Like make the lens pop out when I open it up. Oh, there's an 800. Ooh, look at that. But but anyway, I've gone through about a third of the book, and I actually bought a camera on its way.
Which page?
I bought a Leica clone,
Okay.
which is called the Nikka.
Okay.
They have pictures of Nikka cameras in there, which were one of many Japanese companies that made basically a Leica 3 clone, and it was considered one of the best clones that was made of the Leica camera. And much too many Leica aficionados' distress is actually there were a number of the Japanese-made copies that were actually considered made better than the Leica cameras,
Okay.
which they'll never admit. But the reality is they were. Terry, take it easy. Have a good one.
So the story behind this
So anyway,
issue.
so I bought a Nikka camera, and at
Okay.
the time, the Nikka camera came out with the L39 or M39 Leica thread mount and screw-in lens,
Okay.
and it came with the with a Nikon 50 millimeter f2 lens on it.
Okay.
So I bought the body. I found a body. Believe it or not, I don't know how you know how diligent I can be.
Mm-hmm.
I found an unused body. Never used.
No.
Never used.
From where?
That's
Which year?
from Japan.
I know which year was issued that Nikon.
1950, and let me look it up.
I think it was like 1938 to 58, or
Well, this is a Leica 3. It was the Leica 1 was in the 20s.
okay.
Leica 3 was in the 50s.
Okay.
So
That's
this
before
was
Nikon.
a 1956, 57. Was only made for 2 years. 1956, 57. And so I got it. Never used. Beyond mint. Unused camera. The only firing it had done was they had a CLA done on it because it's old, sitting around, never used. They had a CLA done on it, and I bought it. No lens. So then I had to spend 2 days going through every Japanese lens dealer or camera dealer to find a 50 millimeter f2 Nikon lens of that era that went on that camera when it was sold.
Wow.
That was good enough for me to buy it, and I did. So I got that coming from a different Japanese vendor.
I told
And
Tim this was going
you
to
know,
be dangerous, this book for you.
and then I bought a 135 millimeter Canon lens
Okay.
for it, and I, of course, and one of the big disadvantages of rangefinder cameras that people may not know is 135 millimeter is the longest glass you could put on a rangefinder camera due to design constraints. 135 millimeter is the longest lens you're ever going to put on a rangefinder camera. And then you have what they call parallax error. Okay. And parallax error is you don't have parallax error on an SLR because it's an SLR. You're viewing what you see through the lens.
Exactly.
What you see is what you get. Okay. On a rangefinder camera, you're looking through a viewfinder window that doesn't represent, it isn't tied in with what the lens sees. So the lens sees one thing, your viewfinder shows another thing. So on this particular camera, you don't need to do anything special if you put a 50 millimeter lens on it. If you put a 50 millimeter lens on it, it's corrected for that. When you're looking through the viewfinder, what you see is what you should see with a 50 millimeter lens. Now you go put a wide angle lens on it or a 135 millimeter lens on it, you have to buy a separate viewfinder that mounts on the hot shoe.
Okay.
So you either have to get a viewfinder. Well, let's say in my case, what I did, only because I don't think I'll ever have. Oh, you know, it's not going to do it. No, it's not going to do it. There we go.
There he goes.
So,
There he goes.
so if you have a 135 millimeter lens, you have to buy a 135 millimeter viewfinder that you could slide on the hot shoe. So that's another expense. If you buy a 28 millimeter lens, you got to buy a 28 millimeter viewfinder to put on the hot shoe. Now they do sell a variable viewfinder that costs more money, of course, where you can adjust it. You look through it, but you have an adjustment for your focal length. It'll say like 28, 35, 50, 85, 100, 135, let's say. Okay. You adjust it to your focal length of your lens that you got on the camera. And then on the back, once you focus, and remember these range finders have like the split focusing. You have two images and you got to line them up so they overlap each other, and then you know you're in focus. So you go and you do that. You read your distance scale on your lens, and then you dial in that distance on that viewfinder.
That's right.
And then you can look through it so that you use the rangefinder now for focusing, and you use the viewfinder on your hot shoe for composition.
That's right.
So you have the right frame line, and you know what has to be within the square, right? Okay, so it's more complicated, and like I said, and that's why SLRs were such a big hit when they came out, because you didn't have all this erroneous stuff that you had to buy, like for all these different lenses you might put on a rangefinder camera. And that's also one of the reasons why you had a rangefinder cameras. A lot of rangefinder cameras did not have interchangeable lenses.
That's right.
They had, a lot of them had 40 millimeter lenses, 40, usually, between 40 and 55 millimeter lenses. So 40 and 50 were the two common lenses that would be on a rangefinder camera, but you couldn't replace them because you didn't have to deal with, like, if you looked at like some, like what made Leica unique was that they had a special tab on their lenses. And when you put the lens on the camera body, that tab would hit a lever or something.
That's right.
In the camera body, and it would adjust it would compensate and automatically adjust the the lines to fit the lens that you put on. The parallax error was automatically corrected for you. Other cameras, when Nikon came out with the Nikon, the Nikon SP, which was like their best interchangeable lens rangefinder camera, they didn't have it where it did it automatically, and it wasn't like it was a big deal. They had a rotating switch on the top plate of the camera, and you would set it for the focal length lens you put on the camera, and it would adjust the frame lines for you. So if you had a 50 millimeter on there, you set it for 50. If you had a A 135, you set it for 135. And so it wasn't a big deal. It was one extra step. You had to turn a knob, put the lens on, turn a knob, you're all set up. You didn't have to have those hot shoe adapters to put on for every lens type because you had a switch. But on the early Leica cameras and the Leica clones, they didn't have that. You had to buy the separate finders, or you had to buy the variable finder for it. So I had to spend time doing all this research and getting the right stuff. And
that's why Roy is always perplexed that people say, I want a rangefinder. Say, Roy say, I hate rangefinder.
Well, I mean, be honest with you, I find a rangefinder is very easy to focus. It's very accurate as long as it's adjusted properly. It could get out of adjustment and then you're screwed. But if they're adjusted properly, it's very, very quick and easy to focus with a rangefinder camera.
Superseded technology, correct? But anyway,
but
technology.
The main thing was that the majority of them were not interchangeable lenses, and when the SLRs came out, it was a big. Now that was what do we call it? What's the term that I hate that I say that they use too much?
Game changer.
Yeah, that was truly a game changer when you went from rangefinders to SLRs.
Exactly.
That was a game changer.
Yeah. So anyway, guys, the story about the book is that we heard Grace of Westminster, or Gray, mentioning this book as a good reference for Nikon, and so I mentioned in the last live stream, and then I think it was Mossman that find out that I had looked for the book before, and it so happened that the book was available via eBay, correct? So I think he put it here in the comments. So many of us here ended buying the book, and I said to Jeff and Tim, who are collectors, hey, this is a dangerous book. By the way, Roy, you should buy the book too. This would be good for your collection, although not many of your items in your collection are in this book, but it's a celebration book for the 100-year anniversary of Nikon, and I said it's mostly photos of a collection organized in time, but it tells you again, to give you a good idea of the evolution of the Nikon system. Correct? There is a lot, not only camera, but also microscopes and binoculars, etc. It's a wonderful book.
Well, that was a common theme with most camera manufacturers and lens manufacturers. Is they started off doing optics, like you said, for scopes for rifles, or microscopes for laboratory analysis, or telescopes, lenses for telescopes, and binoculars, and that's a common theme with all of them. They started out with binoculars and microscopes and telescopes and rifle scopes and military applications and things like that. And then they evolved, and next thing you know, they're doing lenses, camera lenses, and then some of them obviously survived and did well enough to then go and develop camera bodies. And Nikon, and most people notice, Nikon lenses were on the first Canon bodies. Canon didn't make lenses yet. Canon bodies had Nikon lenses.
Exactly.
Like I said, these other Japanese Leica clones, some of them used, like this Nikka Corporation was the name of it in Japan, and they used Nikon glass. But this was back in an era where Sears was everywhere. Sears, you could buy a kit from Sears to build a house. Literally, you could order a house from Sears and they would deliver you all the materials, and you would have to build the house. You could buy. They sold cameras, and eventually JCPenney sold cameras too, and camera manufacturers made cameras for Sears, and Nikka rebadged their cameras and called them Tower, renamed them Tower, and the Tower cameras were sold by Sears, and they sold tons of these cameras that were made by Nikka and rebranded to be called Tower and sold in all the Sears department stores. So the history is so much fun.
So Jeff, I thought that you were going to look for some of those cameras that were sold by Nikon in Germany, but they couldn't call it Nikon because they have some sort of dispute, correct?
Well,
About the name.
Well, that was a no, I think that was
a Mr. Wu.
Olympus came out with their OM1 was originally called the M1.
Right.
And Leica squashed that because they had an M1 camera.
Yeah.
And Leica said to Olympus, "You're not using M1." And they renamed it the OM1, but originally they named it the M1. And so Leica squashed that. But yeah, well, when you'll find out when you look through that book, and I spent hours trying to match up some of the stuff that was in that book and see if you could buy it. And most of that stuff is not, you cannot find it anywhere because private collectors, I mean, serious collectors, not jokesters like me that are on a collector's budget, okay?
Exactly.
Shoestring budget. I'm talking about guys that'll plunk down $30,000, $50,000. So a lot of those cameras, like when the guy who wrote that book had his own personal Nikon collection, and he went and he visited people that he knew that had Nikon collections all over the world, and he was given the opportunity to photograph their collections to put these images in the book. That's so right. Most of what you see in that book, you're never going to find because only a handful of people who have an awful lot of this own that stuff. And when I was able to find a few of these items, they were like, you would find a body that might be in that book, and it was being sold for $8,000, and it looked like it got run over by a train. Wow. It looked horrible, and they wanted $8,000 for it because it's a collectible camera, even when it looks like a piece of junk, and they're getting $8,000 for it. And I'm like, this person is not going to spend $8,000 on something that looks like I would throw it in a garbage can. So that's the problem. Until you get to where, when you hit the era, when you hit the era of, let's say, 1959, when you hit the era when they start talking about the F1, or even the S1 rangefinder, the S2 rangefinder, the SP rangefinder, you could get those and spend, with one lens, you could get a decent version of those, let's say, between $1,000 and $3,000, depending on what model number it is and what grade it is. But you can get one for like $1,000 to $3,000. If you want to get the SP that had a black body, which was special order, and it's an original black body camera, you could be paying well over $7,000. They redid the S2 and the S3 as an anniversary, a commemorative edition models, and they redid the SP, and they used modern technology, but they designed it. So it's exactly like the original one, and they did a black body one, and you can find those, and those are anywhere from $5,000 to $8,000 for that camera body. So very, very expensive, very, very expensive.
The other thing that surprised me is that obviously I was familiar with the Nikonos system, correct? And we talked before about the Nikonos 5 when that was so popular for scuba diving. But I didn't know that the Nikonos obviously has a long history before that. I never seen so it was interesting from that point of view. So, guys, here in the, I mean, it's a great book if you are. I'm not a collector of camera, I'm a user of camera, but it's always good to have a little bit of a reference book for the history of the brand, right? And see how it has evolved through time.
Yeah, it's Maz, man. This is exactly the point. The stuff he wanted in the book is made from unobtainium. Yeah, yeah, or I have to sell my house to buy one.
Yeah, but on the same age, correct? There is other stuff products that were more popular, correct?
Oh yeah, you get into the 50s, and up. Most people could afford to buy a good used camera.
The golden age of Nikon came obviously through the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Yeah,
Correct?
yeah, but if you're looking at like the real early stuff, nah, forget it. Ain't gonna happen. All those are all scoffed up and sitting in somebody's private vault right now, never to be seen by the general public, other than what this guy got pictures of for his book, and that's about it. That's as close as you're going to get. But anyway, it's a great book. It was through Camera Books is the name of the vendor. The seller is Camera Books on eBay. They didn't have a lot of copies left, and I bought a copy. Tim bought it. Mozman bought a copy. Gustavo bought a copy. I gave the information to Wayne Maddox. I don't know if Wayne bought a copy or not, but if there's any left, there might only be 2 copies left. So if you have an interest in it, go on eBay and put in Camera Books as the vendor, and you may be lucky and be able to get one if you want one. And it's like a 6-year-old book, I think, Gustavo, right? It was like about 6 years ago.
Yes.
Something like that. But it's a great book. It's a great reference book. A lot of fun. And I want to get a daguerreotype. Yeah, Israel, I want to I'm not going to go quite that far, but I do at some point in my lifetime want to buy a wooden plate camera from the 1800s. I
just saw one on eBay for $50.
Exactly.
Well, I go on eBay all the time. Believe me. You want one that I want one. Whether I would probably never use it, but I want one that is in usable condition.
Yeah.
No, this was
complete. I want one that has the plates or a plate. I want to have the ground glass that's not broken, where I have to have one made. I actually watched a video on how to make your own ground glass for a plate for focusing on a plate glass camera. It was interesting. You can make your own, believe it or not. If you have the time and the patience, you can make your own. There's videos on how to do it. Yeah, I want to eventually get something from that era because I have an 1897 tripod. So I want to get an 1800s camera to put on that 1897 tripod as a display item in the house. But I haven't found one yet that I feel meets what I want, because what a lot of people do is if they did buy an 1800 camera, they don't have the original lens and they put a more modern lens on the camera. And to me, that ruins the whole thing. I want the brass lens that was on the original, that was meant to be on that camera of that era. I don't want something that came out 50 years later and that's what's on the camera, you know. So it's a pain. It's a pain to find the right one, and someday I'll find the right one, and then I'll share it with you guys. I'll share it with everybody once I find it. But I'll share the camera I'm waiting that I should get in the next week. I will share that with you guys once I get it. It's going to be pretty cool.
That's very good. That's very good.
But anyway, I think we're run past our time frame here at 2:09. Thank you, everybody on the panel. As always, 1, for your contributions with your own photos, 2, with your support, reviewing the photos and talking about other things that had nothing to do with photos. And thank everybody for that came on the chat and watched. We had 64 images. Hey, that's great. I mean, when we seem to be last 4 or 5, I think, photo reviews, we've been in that 50 to 65, 50 to 70 range, and that's good enough for me. Believe me, that's good enough for me. But good night, everybody. Thank you so much. Come by and visit us again next Saturday. Hey, give us a like and subscribe. It would be appreciated. It's the only way I know that anybody likes what we're doing. And it would be appreciated. And hopefully Chuck's able to, start up again on his channel sometime soon. But we also don't want him to rush it. We want him to be comfortable when he comes on. That's the most important thing. So while we probably all would have liked him to have been on 3 or 4 months ago, we have to be realistic with things and understanding and just say, we know, Chuck, when you're going to know it's the right time, and you make that decision, and we'll all be there to support you when you come back on your channel. I think I can speak for everybody that we're going to be there to support him when he comes back on his channel. So Chuck was in the chat earlier this evening, but he usually, like an hour. He usually has to, his whole sleep schedule is completely different now after he's gone through. He's a 10 o'clock at night, I go to bed guy now. He's not staying up to watch this show till 2 o'clock in the morning. Those days are done. But anyway, so I wish him well. Reach out to him if you can. Send him an email. And before I go, let me just find it here. Put it on the screen, and he may not be able to respond to you, but even if you just say, hey, thinking of you, hope you're doing well, keep doing what you're doing, look forward to seeing you soon, it'll cheer him up. It'll keep him, trying hard to keep on improving and come back as soon as he can. But don't do it expecting a response, but just do it because you feel like just saying hello. Okay, and wishing him and his wife well. And I'll end the show on that note, and we will see you guys hopefully next Saturday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Oh, yeah, we got it. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good one.